it's picking it up. So record.
Is it on?
And pause, yeah, so you can see.
Okay. It's recording right now.
Yeah, it's picking up everybody. Okay. I'm ready. Can we start again? I'm so sorry. Yeah, we need to do the roll call.
All right, good morning. We're going to start over with the roll call. We had a little bit of technical difficulty to see everything working now. So, again, good morning.
With the video.
I'm Mike Latmer, Commissioner from Yakima.
Video.
We'll go ahead and proceed with our roll call, starting with our officers first.
Good morning, everyone. Mark Brown.
That's right.
Good morning, Diana Perez from Vancouver.
Ken Bound, Seattle.
Good morning, Lori Conley from Spokane.
Hey, Cynthia Danver from Seattle.
And Steve Miller from Chile.
Okay. Now, with the introduction of staff, I will call on Acting Director Don Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. With us today is Assistant Director Mike Sternbeck, Assistant Director Peter Herzog, Assistant Director Kimberly Marshall, our Human Resource Director Becky Daniels, Governmental Affairs and Policy Director Owen Rowe, Dr. John Scott, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director, Amanda McCarthy, our Interim Communications Director, Becky Ellison, our Executive Assistant to the Director and Commission, and Andy Wu, our Assigned Assistant Attorney General.
At this time, I'd like to read our Indigenous Land Acknowledgement Statement. We respect and affirm tribal sovereignty and honor Indigenous peoples whose traditional lands we occupy. The State Parks and Recreation Commission is committed to working with all tribes to help preserve and restore a healthy, natural environment for future generations. At this time, I'd like to call upon the audience to see if we have any state, tribal, or local officials in the audience. Okay, thank you. Seeing none, we'll continue. Do we have any changes to the agenda as well?
We do. We have possible discussion about the director hiring at 10:20, and we are also adding recognition for Commissioner Perez at 1:30 after our trigger receivers.
Okay, thank you. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay. So at this time, I see no additional changes other than just stated. I will call for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Okay. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Brown. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. A second by Commissioner Danforth. Thank you. All in favor of approving the agenda, please vote aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. For the record, show that the approval of the agenda has been voted approved unanimously as presented. Let's move on to logistics.
Thank you. The restrooms are out the door to the left. In case of emergency, we're going to exit out these stairs, out the back door, and meet in the parking lot together.
Okay. Great, thank you. So at this time in the agenda, I'd like to present approval of minutes for the September 15th and 16th meeting in Richland, September 22nd meeting, special meeting, October 4th special meeting, and October 6th special meeting.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion, but I want to ask a question, I think, for Becky. The approval of the minutes of the previous minute says September 15th, but in the suggested motion it says September 12th. I guess I could look here quickly, but which was it? Which is correct?
15, 16.
The 15th is correct?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I move that the Commission approve the minutes of the meetings of September 15, September 22, October 4, and October 6 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion as presented and by Commissioner Brown. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a second by Commissioner Connolly. All those in favor of approving the minutes of the previous meeting, please vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, seeing none, let the record show that the minutes have been approved unanimously. Thank you. So at this time, we will continue with commissioner reports. And I believe we're going to start with Commissioner Milner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Becky, could you please put up my slide deck? I wasn't very active for health reasons during the last several months. And so I didn't get out to visit many parks or to talk to many people. But on the way over to the west side for my procedure, I did stop in the town of Skykomish, where we visited with the docent for Skykomish's train depot. So if you could just leap down past the real estate report, please. It's several slides down. Continue, please. Further down. And further down. And next one. Okay, so Skykomish, you may recall, is a town that went through a very extensive litigation. All of the buildings in Skykomish were elevated and the soils removed and basically calcined, and fresh soils put in their place to remove fuel oils and other contaminants in the soil, which were the result of the railroad's operations for many years there. This is the depot of the Great Northern Railroad in Skykomish, and it was one of the buildings that was moved. They moved it to the opposite side of the tracks and said, now what? And the answer was to create a combination of museum, meeting space, and children's arcade. Could you please hit the next slide? Here you see the what you're greeted with as you come in the door is pretty much what people were greeted with when they came to buy their tickets. The ticket window is out front there, and there's our docent. Next slide. They preserved a number of artifacts from the railroad, including this velocipede, which is a hand-worked cart which fits on the rails, standard rails of a railroad track. And so they occasionally put that out to allow people the opportunity to motivate themselves up and down the track with this device. Next slide, please. This is an annex that they added to the depot, and the exterior retains its motif. However, the interior is laid out to be a modern meeting room. This is where the park and rec folks meet, so it serves a civic function. You'll see there's also toys and playthings in the room so that their meetings can be done without the additional requirement of daycare. Next slide, please. And this is the look down the line heading towards the west. It's about an index, and you see the narrow gauge line that's just by the fence over there. Next slide, please. And what they do in summers and Halloween and various festive occasions is they operate this small train for children, and they make a fun time of it. So I know in the last meeting I came forward and suggested that there are many uses of that former train depots have been put to. Well, this is the Great Northern Line, and it's still an active line. The active line is right next to it, and here you see just what the community felt was the best purpose to put this to. So that's what I have, Mr. Chair. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Miller. Anybody have any questions for Commissioner Miller? Seeing none, I think we'll go ahead and proceed with other commissioner reports. Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Brown, would you like to continue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think pretty brief. I think like all of us, because of the confluence of a number of circumstances, I think this has been the busiest couple months during my decade plus on the commission. Virtually all of that, unfortunately, meetings as opposed to getting out and seeing people and doing things in our parks, although there's been some of that as well. You'll hear about the real estate committee meeting later. Because of the time change between Olympia and Utah, I actually filed in an hour late with apologies, so I only attended the last half, but you'll hear from my colleagues on the committee about that later. More meetings of the executive committee than I can remember. You'll hear about some of that a little later. One area of focus for us has been working first with Becky Daniels and Peter Herzog, and then with our acting director, Hawk and Becky Daniels, coming up with sort of the first step to move forward on our search for a new permanent director and looking at a scope of work to help us bring a consultant on board to help us with that. And that effort has translated into an action item that we'll come to later. So I'll just, I won't say any more about that. We'll see some of the work product from our executive committee meetings. And by the way, we've been meeting every Friday, every single week with our acting directors. I do want to just tell you about one thing that I did that I hope you'll find of interest. A few weeks ago, I was thinking about the challenges our agency has been dealing with in recent months, with the pandemic, with record visitations, with the vaccine mandate, changes in leadership, some of these things that we've been coping with and dealing with. And I was trying to think, what could I do as one individual commissioner that might be of some value? And so I decided to use the employee roster and just start calling around. And I think I talked to almost all of the regional managers and most of the area managers, and then worked my way into people I've developed relationships with and come to know at the program level. And I just called to say thanks. You know, we've been through a bit of a rough patch, and I want you to know that I, as one commissioner, recognize that and appreciate it. And then I asked two questions in this kind of the formula that I have for these calls. I said, tell me about the vaccine mandate and how that's impacted you and the people that you work with. I got some really interesting information. And as I think Assistant Director Sternbeck mentioned yesterday, a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, obviously the impact's more intense in some areas than in others. But that was really interesting. And then I asked about employee morale. You know, how's morale in your neck of the woods, so to speak? And I didn't have not one single employee, and I called dozens, not one telling me that there was a significant or serious morale problem. Our people are so focused, they're so positive, they're so creative, they're so hardworking, they're so dedicated. They've got their focus on what they need to do to carry this agency forward. And I have to say, in all honesty, this became therapeutic for me. I think I got a lot more out of it than any individual that I've talked to. So I recommend it to you. And so just something I thought I would try, and I'm really glad I did. And I'm going to keep dialing and talking to employees throughout the agency and around the state to check in with them. I did tell them that I'm available to them. I said, don't stand on protocols. If you want to talk to me about something, give me a call. So I just wanted to share that with you, and that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. We move to Commissioner Perez.
Thank you, Chair. Very brief report on my end. As Commissioner Brown mentioned, the executive committee meetings have taken place, so I'll leave that for an update later, as well as the budget committee. I'll leave that up to Commissioner Brown to report out on. One biggest change is I have been elected as Vancouver City Council member, and so today is my last full commissioner meeting. And it's a bittersweet last full commissioner meeting, though I will be at the December assembly planning meeting to help me out here. And I just have a lot of
congratulations on that landslide victory. So at this time, I'll move to Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I will also be brief. We had all of our special meetings as were reflected in the minutes, but also budget committee meeting and legislative committee meeting, which will be reported on later. And I too made a few phone calls to mostly the leadership team in the last couple of weeks just to check in. We'll be moving forward and same kind of response. Commissioner Brown, I think everybody's focused on the future, the many priorities that we have. As we've said before, it's a good organization. I appreciate the staff. It's commendable. Park and Recreation people. That's all I have. I love what they do.
Thank you. Commissioner Connell.
Well, in addition to attending the special meetings, I also had the real estate and legislative committee meetings, which you'll hear about later. In addition, I had the opportunity to start to meet with local groups that support the parks in the Spokane area. So I met with the Riverside Park Foundation meeting. I also met with the executive director of the Friends of the Centennial Trail, along with Cindy Whaley. And then Cindy and I also attended, and Mike Sternbeck was also there, as well as Diana and Laura from Riverside. All attended the meeting of the Friends of the Centennial Trail, and also we toured the Avista property that Avista is rebuilding the trail. They actually moved the road and rebuilding the trail, and it's a great project. Hopefully they got it done before the snow moves in, because they were still trying to get the asphalt down. In addition, I attended the meeting. We'll hear about what the public meeting on the Blue Mountain Camp planning process was held in Ritzville. So that was, I really enjoyed being able to do that, to see how those meetings are held. Unfortunately, we didn't have a large attendance from the public, but still, I thought it was very valuable to see and hear about that process and how it has unfolded, and to listen to the people who gave their concerns, which it's just good to hear from them and hear what they are really concerned about. So it was really interesting. And I also met with Diana Dubois and Mike Sternbeck, since they were both available in Spokane.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lambert.
I will be, actually there was I know a lot, but I will be briefing in the interest of time. So I think Commissioner Conley and I were fairly hard stop at the end of this meeting. So I'll just note a couple of activities. I actually listed have been a lot of parks. I've been out, I've been back to St. Ed's, and several members of the public, but probably to highlight just out of commission meeting to really commend the staff on the event at the New Badger State Park with the Muckleshoot Tribe. It was the culmination of a very long process, and Assistant Director Berzon is going to speak about that later, but it was a very moving, extremely well done event. It really felt like coming together as a community, the tribe, the county, the parks, and it was pouring rain, but it cleared just for the ancestral burial, for the song, and for the ceremony. And so I felt like the weather was also cooperating with us perfectly, and there was a really wonderful meal, traditional foods, and as I said, I thought it was a really fantastic event, very well done. I felt very honored to be able to represent the commission, but really, clearly, this is really, the staff really deserves all of the fantastic credit for all of the work that went into that event and that relationship. And then also the governor's workshop, with the proviso on, sorry, the workshop on the experiences of Black Washingtonians in the outdoors. That work is continuing and beginning to wrap up. I did attend 2 meetings of, I believe, 3 that they've had. I didn't attend the launch. And it is making progress. The last meeting was a lot more interactive. It felt like it was more of a working group. And so I was happy to see that progress. The survey has gone out. It was quick. I did get public interest. I got a lot of comments from the public about it. I think, I think just for the commission and for everybody to recognize where we might see ourselves as entering this space, or somehow it's new or unique. There is a community of people who have been working on this for a very long time, for decades and more. I did hear from some of our leaders in Washington State in groups, somewhat surprised to see that this was happening because they had never heard about it, and with some concern about how the voices of Black Washingtonians were really going to be captured. There were some who felt like it was somewhat redundant. Admittedly, there are multiple. Everyone seems to be like, I want to do something really fast with like diversity because everything that happened in 2020. And I do think that there's a feeling that there's just a lot of surveying and sort of the confusion as to where it's all going. So I do think some coordination is really necessary. I think specifically the foundation, this proviso, and our standard actually parks park user survey. Have some overlapping questions, and to the point that folks like, I've answered this 3 times, why do you keep asking? So I do think really gathering that data and pulling it together is very important. So I think that, again, we're going to be hearing probably in our January meeting that will be wrapped up. I think they're going to run on hold. They're going to run till the end of the year, so probably there won't be a final report by December.
Thank you, Commissioner Vandenberg. So I don't really have a lot to report from myself. As some of the other commissioners have alluded to, been very busy with a number of meetings. I did want to take this moment, an opportunity to thank a few people for their hard work and efforts during the last few months. Particularly, I wanted to, first of all, thank Assistant Director Peter Herzog for courageously stepping in as the interim director through a time that was fairly challenging. I also want to thank Acting Director Don Hawk for being gracious enough to come back and help us through this time of transition. I've been on the commission now for, I think it's 3 or 4 years, and we're always faced as a commission with a lot of challenging situations and tough decisions that we have to make. And one thing that I want everybody to know is that we have an absolutely stellar agency, from the executive leadership team to the people that work in the different divisions out in the field and state parks, and a wonderful commission. And I believe everybody here works hard to support our mission, our values, to be moral, to be ethical, and to stand up for what they believe is right. And so I want to thank everybody for all the support they've given me as the chair here in the last few months, because it has been pretty challenging. But as you've heard from some of my fellow commissioners, morale is strong, and this is a strong agency that's very resilient, and we're doing good work, and we're here to serve the people of the state of Washington. So with that, we will conclude commissioner reports, and I will call on Acting Director Don Hawk.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning again, Commissioners. Well, it's been 2 weeks. I hit the ground running and recognize the challenges ahead. As I mentioned yesterday, I have trust and confidence in our executive leadership team as we move forward. And that's about all I have to report. I have been busy, but I did want to make a little comment. Many of you know I was in Kenya just 2 weeks ago. last day of the trip, and it was the last game ride, and we were in Amboseli National Park, and we're overlooking Kilimanjaro. And I was knowing I was coming back to Washington, just thinking about that. And all of a sudden, I looked at this interpretive sign. It wasn't on the Kilimanjaro one, but it was on another. But I wanted you to notice the last two sentences. Native American thinker, Chief Seattle. What it said in Amboseli, all things are bound together, all things are connected. All things connect. So the roads all lead back to Washington. Here I am.
I have a question for the director. Don, I wanted to ask you, I heard on my drive down here on Monday that there's a possibility that you'll be working with Commissioner or with Assistant Director Sternbeck and others on the possibility of creating a new region in Eastern Washington. Could you bring us up to speed on where we're at with that and when we might see that on the ground, if that's a work in progress or what's going on there?
Sure, I'd like to ask my Sternbeck to comment on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's both a work in progress and has happened. So Diana Dupuy, the area manager that you've met there, has accepted that position as region manager, and will be hiring for a local area manager. Again, behind that, I could come back perhaps at a future meeting and give more of an overview of exactly what we're looking to achieve there. But I would say, as you know, from some of the visits that we've made to Spokane, there's a lot of complexity to the area. We've got wonderful volunteer stakeholder groups there that we want to be able to better engage and work with. And so just a number of issues that have lent itself to being able to benefit from treating that as an independent region.
I think we'd all like to see the breakdown of how that's going to look.
Sure.
One more question, if I may. Is that region identical to what was her area?
It's the same geographic footprint, yes.
And then
Primarily not Spokane.
And then how many areas will we end up within that region?
Under her purview?
Yes.
Right now, just that one area.
So I'm just again, I'm really not thinking this through, but if the area is identical to what, if the region is identical to what was an area, and now the area manager is the regional manager, why do we need an area manager?
I think, again, there's probably something for a longer conversation, but basically the complexity, as I said, of the area lends itself to trying to split those duties apart. Peter and I both also in our divisions benefit from someone there that we can make sure coordinates collaboration throughout the agency. So a number of things that were too much to load on one department.
So in essence, we're elevating the status of that area to a region in recognition. And I think that's appropriate. And then we're bringing additional resource in to help us manage that region. And that person will have the title of area manager.
That's right.
Great. I think that's wonderful. Thank you.
Did you have anything else? All right, thank you, Brett Cox. So at this time, we're going to continue on with our commission committee reports. And I will start with real estate. Call upon Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, if I could have the slide deck put up again. The real estate committee did meet. Next slide, please. And our agenda included from an overview of the Blues to Cascade Trail, discussion of Bear Creek, the Bear Creek property, Blank Island, and Fort Flagler. That'd be the first slide in the deck, please. Blank Island and Fort Flagler brief and real estate program statistics, and the agenda status on the Auburn property, Openchuck right of way, and Lake Newport property transfer. So next slide, please. This is a format seen before, but is welcome. It's a summation slide of what's going on in real estate. Right now, there are 5 properties in escrow totaling 115 acres. There are 13 active projects being pursued on an additional 867 total acres. And the real property agreements in process include the statistics that you see there. So real estate is booming. Next slide, please. And we're going to hear more about the Lake Newport transfer, the Auburn property sale, and Kopichuk has been put up until a subsequent meeting. We won't be hearing about that today. I can't say that it is the issue has to do with the right-of-way conveyance that has been required by the county in order to proceed with the project of Kopichuk, and the impact that that right-of-way would have on the overall aesthetic and function of the park. Are there any questions in particular about the discussion? I can tell you that the Bear Creek issue was one of the owner asking us for a projected timeline of what it would look like if the state lets to purchase that property. The Blake Island issue had to do with the fact that the current leaseholder has been through the downside of COVID along with many businesses. And it's taken a toll on them. Their business model doesn't work for them anymore. They would like to be out of the lease by the end of the year. We have agreed to assist them in that process. We have over $200,000 worth of work to be done in the kitchen there, and other maintenance that needs to be done at Tillicum Village. But now we are left with a Tillicum Village and wondering just what the future course will be for that facility. And then on the discussion over Fort Flagler, we have several buildings that have accumulated mold and simply need to be maintained. They need to be cleaned up, and the structures need to be assessed. And so that is an issue that's been brought before us, and we'll have more to speak to that later. That's about all we've had for quite a lot of discussion, actually. If there are any questions, please.
Any questions for Commissioner Warner? Okay. Thank you,
Commissioner Connolly, you have anything to add?
Is that the conclusion of your report, Commissioner Miller?
If Commissioner Connolly doesn't have anything else to add, then yes, or Commissioner Brown will be the appearance there too. So that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Miller. All right, we'll move to the Legislative Committee with Commissioner Conway.
Yes, the legislative committee met. We had Commissioner Bounds and Commissioner Dannenberg, myself, and Monroe. I think you've already heard about what, at least from staff perspective, was a highlight of the recent activities, and that was the love shoot ceremony at Frank Geyser. Commissioner Dannenberg has already talked about that. Sounded like a wonderful ceremony. Another activity that involved a lot of staff participating was the Centennial Court, and Owen and Peter Herzog and John attended that, represented state parks. That included many topics around environmental protection, and the theme is a growing concern around growth and outdoor recreation and the impact on treaty rights. So there was a number of discussions about that. There's been a request for the tribes for a task force with the tribes and state land management agencies to investigate recreational impacts to natural resources. Peter Herzog represented state parks in a roundtable discussion on this item, and state agencies were supportive of the opportunity to work with the tribes on protecting public lands. I don't know if you have anything to add.
That's pretty much it. I mean, that was a constant refrain, and one that we're hearing a lot is that potential for impacts
sites and ceremonial sites. And so it's not just fish and wildlife, it's the management of the land and the and to co-manage that land use.
And then meetings were held with other land management agencies. Peter and Owen have been organizing conversations with WSPRC and DNR on sharing landscape planning and management tools to strengthen environmental protection across the landscape. And WDFW is interested in adopting state parks classification system and interested in the camp process, which parks uses to classify landscape. And a good potential for a pilot project to the landscape management planning at the Ginkgo Vantage area because the DNR and WDFW lands around border the Ginkgo State Park, so that might be an area where that could be a pilot project. And it's an area that's in good protection and preservation. You heard yesterday, we heard a report on the Washington Trail Association Emerging Leader Trail Crew Partnership. Their request for a grant, Parks would be the fiduciary for that, but it is they're supporting Black, Indigenous, people of color, and LGBTQ plus trail crew. They piloted this last year, and they are hoping to continue that project. We were Malden Trailhead. There was going to be a meeting, but we were unable to do that. But we're hoping that meeting will be rescheduled with engineers and going over. We can go out and meet with the community leadership there. They are very interested in the trailhead and the potential for economic development there since the Malden was so devastated by the fires last year. So they're really moving forward.
No, good report.
I guess I might add, the Washington Trails Association project, I think we heard a little bit more about that yesterday. And the question that I asked, and I think that we're looking into, is that it's truly more of a leadership development. It's not, I kind of asked, is it like a civil motivation for, or is something about their trail work? And whether or not there's truly, if it's experience or if it's truly sort of learning and something that's going to continue to narrow to potential knowledge and careers in parks and recreation and public lands. And it does sound like there's a leadership component to that. But just wanted to make that clear, and I think it's something for us to watch for. Because the whole Black Trail crew was, just to say, I'm not quite sure, cool, but I'm not sure how that benefits the crews and the possibly as they experience and really ensure that there's sort of more substance around that.
For any of the three of you, or perhaps our Assistant Director, Kim, or our Director of Governmental Affairs, Owen. So we've got our supplemental budget request. When do we expect the governor to put his supplemental budget public to the legislature? That's usually like the second week of December, as I recall.
That's accurate. Right around mid-December is when they're really sitting there working on it currently and communicating with us about priorities as we go through their development.
And then as usual form, then you'll have a chance to digest that, and you'll provide us with a summary as quickly as that's possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the budget committee reports for Commissioner Downs.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll be somewhat brief because Assistant Director Marshall will be going through the numbers later today. I will just say that we did spend quite a bit of time on sort of status of where we are financially, going through the credit expenses. There was a lot of conversation about the impact of the vaccine mandate, both the negative impact of staff not accepting the vaccine and being dismissed, and the positive impact of the salary savings as a result of that, and the question about how that fits in with expenditure for the rest of the biennium. We spent time talking about the capital budget, and I'd say one of the questions that was asked by the capital budget staff was the target is 15% reappropriation, and I think the recognition by staff, and I think we need to recognize this as well as commissioners, is that that's very optimistic given some of the issues faced by staff and faced by the state at this particular time in the economy. We did talk about, and I think you raised, Assistant Director Herzog raised this yesterday, about the aggressive hiring strategy, trying to backfill vacancies, up to the amount of on-call contracts as a way to try to accelerate projects. The preservation rule is a really good opportunity for, I think, staff to shift things around to, kind of do what's present that can be done and recognize that there's some of those projects that we're getting on for lots of different reasons, either permitting or travel consultation or what have you, that we do things rapidly, perhaps spend money a little quicker on other projects that once we anticipate having delays. We talked about the supplemental, and I think Assistant Director Marshall will mention this later today, a little bit of a moving target of what's going to be acceptable by all the government, what things that we can get accomplished with the really excess of care and state departments, which is significant. So I think that the staff are working hard on figuring out ways to accommodate the resources we have to do things that will benefit the community of the park system. And let's see. I think that's it. I think I'll just leave the rest of it for Assistant Director Marshall, because I know numbers, it hasn't been a real budget person myself, numbers do change. I don't want to put out numbers we talked about 3 weeks ago for the today, so we'll just let that slide until the end of the session today, and Assistant Director Marshall will update the status of our requisitions. Anything to add?
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. So on to the executive committee report. So as previously mentioned by Commissioner Brown, we've been meeting with first interim director Peter Herzog and acting director Don Hoff on a weekly basis, just to kind of get a pulse of the agency during this sort of time of transition. Obviously, giving updates on vaccine mandates and some of the challenges, sort of normal, I guess, challenges going on through the agency. And of course, one of the, foremost efforts to sort of formulate a process for hiring a new director, which we're actually going to talk about here next. But before we go on to that, I guess I'll just call upon my executive committee members, Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Price, to see if they had anything they wanted to add.
Just to reiterate the importance as an executive committee stepping in and meeting weekly with acting director Peter Herzog and now Director Don Hawk to really provide the support to be successful in the long run, and to just show that we do care about everything that's happening from the ground level, externally and internally, and making sure that we are in this journey together. So it was very important to us to be meeting weekly to provide that full support and during all these transitions that are happening around us. So I just wanted to reiterate how important that was for us, for the success, and hope that we continue to do that as we move on to hire the new director and continue to meet with the new director in that sense to ensure a smooth transition.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. So at this time, we'll continue on that topic of the director hiring process. And Becky, do you have a shot that you wanted to put up there? So this cover this requested action. The executive committee worked very closely with Director Hawk and the staff in putting together a proposed requested action. And there's really four parts to this. And I won't necessarily read everything word for word, but the first part of this requested action is to basically approve the creation of a recruitment committee, which would consist of Commissioner Bounds, Commissioner Dannenberg, and Commissioner Brown. And this committee would work with staff and search for a contracted executive search firm consultant to advise the commission through this entire hiring process. It's important to note that the committee will not undertake any final action on the director appointment on behalf of the commission. And the role of this committee will expire upon the installation of the new director. And of course, throughout this process, this committee will provide periodic reports to the commission during this process. And it's very similar to the process that we utilized just over a year ago. The second part of this is to authorize staff to procure an executive search firm consultant to advise and assist in the selection of an agency director. And the scope of the services will generally include but not be limited to assessing agency goals, facilitating development of the outreach and selection process, identifying top national candidates for application, the screening interview, and other assessment processes that will be involved, and then also conducting a full vetting and background check of the candidates. The third part of this request action is to approve the continued use of the existing qualifications that the Commission agreed upon in November 2020, and that's attached to the back of this requested action, and authorize staff to make some non-substantive changes to the qualification as advised by potential executive search firm consultant. And then the fourth part of this is to authorize the executive search firm consultant to screen applicants for the position and to advance a list of final candidates to the commission for consideration. So that is the proposed requested action for the commission. I guess at this time I'd just like to ask for a motion to approve the requested action.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we concur in the requested action. And I'm not going to read all of this, but I know that you can summarize. I'll just say to approve the creation of a Parks Director Recruitment Committee consisting of Commissioners Bound, Dannenberg, and Brown, authorize the staff in consultation with the executive committee to procure an executive search consultant to advise and assist with the process. Approve the continued use of the position qualifications previously agreed upon at the commission meeting in November 2020, and authorize the executive search consultant to help with the screening of candidates for the position.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Brown. Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Conley. Yes.
Yes, point of clarification. In my update in the executive committee report, I had mentioned our weekly meetings with the interim director, and hope that we will continue that with the new director. Do we need to include that in this, or that would be a later?
Yeah, I don't think we need to include that in this particular motion.
Okay.
And I might just say, as I mentioned earlier, this is just first step. I want you all to know that we carved out a considerable amount of time at our planning meeting, which is right around the corner. We're going to be together again very soon to talk about second steps. The three of us that are listed as the committee, that's the executive committee. And so rather than maybe have some change in the middle of this process, we just thought that would make sense to
So we have a motion by Commissioner Brown and a second by Commissioner Connolly. Director Hawes,
I'd like to have our Assistant Attorney General chime in if you see any issues that need to be brought forward to the Commission or any advice.
Well, I certainly don't want to provide specific legal advice in a non-privileged setting. I have reviewed this language, and I don't have any comments or edits. However, if I would suggest that if the commissioners, I don't know how much time each individual commissioner had a chance to review this language, if that is something that you would like to do,
I'm not able to hear the dialogue that's going on.
I can step up to the mic. I think my suggestion is only that if any individual commissioner feel like you need to have some more time to kind of look through this language, to call a short break now so that each individual commissioner can review the language, think about it, and then come back to an open session to discuss, to resume the open session, I should say, and then discuss and then proceed to your vote. So that's just an option. I'm not necessarily suggesting that or providing that as a legal advice. It's just that, I don't know how much time commissioners have had to look at this language. If you don't feel that that's necessary, then that's probably not necessary, but I wanted to put that out as an option.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions or discussion?
I guess two questions I might put to the Commission. First, looking at the proposed committee and anticipating the way that from the public we have a standard sort of method for rotating executive committee based on seniority. Currently, the recruitment committee will 100% overlap with the executive committee. Is the Commission comfortable with that? And then the second question would be, do you feel any need to review the November 2020 qualifications?
Yeah, those qualifications are actually. They don't have that. If we have that available to. We get that. We get that information to you. Speaking for myself, I don't think I would have any issues with the overlap between this head op committee and the executive committee, just because there's plenty of opportunity for the committee to report back to the commission and then there's no final action being taken by this committee. Everything has to be done in the open session.
I have a question. I have a comment.
Yeah, Commissioner Norman?
Okay, so this is the first I've read this, and I would support it if we somehow qualified item 3 to say that we would approve the use of position qualifications after completing the work that's in item 2, bullet 1. I don't know that the position qualifications I feel the position qualifications that we put forward before were inadequate, and the part of the purpose for that first bullet in item 2, in my opinion, is to make sure we understand what staff's priorities are, what their values are in leadership, etc. So I don't want to presuppose in item 3 that our previous position qualifications were correct. I really think they were incomplete.
Or another option would be to take item 3 out and leave the question of qualifications and moving target. We can talk about that at our planning meeting. People can have a chance to look at the document that was used previously, and that might be a way to facilitate this as well. To me, the most important thing is moving forward on soliciting
don't get me wrong, I think this committee should have an effective position qualification statement in order to do the job. I'm just suggesting there's an order or sequence to this.
And there isn't any reason we need to act on that today, so I think those are good points.
Okay. Director Bob?
Regarding the search and consultation group that we're going to be looking at, the executive committee will provide input, but they will not approve the contracts. Otherwise, we're going to have to come back to a public meeting and so forth. So what you are is directing us to go ahead and do the procurement, sharing you what we found out and so forth, but it's not bringing it back for approval. So I'll make that clear.
I'd like to offer an amendment to the main motion to strike sub 3 and renumber item number 4 and number 3.
Okay, we have a motion to make an amendment to strike number 3 of the initial motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Perez.
Commissioners,
Yes?
I just want to make a note that if you're striking number 3, that probably moots out number 4, because that one is authorizing the search firm and consultant to screen applicants against the criteria that's established. And it sounds like the commission is establishing the criteria at a later time.
May I make an alternative suggestion?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just begin item 3 with following the conclusion of item 2, bullet 1, and then proceed.
Well, I think it'd be easier just to eliminate it and bring that forward for discussions in 2 weeks so people have a chance to look at that. Again, there's no reason we have to act on that today. I don't agree with you, counsel, that we need to remove item number 4. Whatever criteria this commission comes up with obviously will apply to this process and to the ultimate decision. So to me, that's almost boilerplate language, but I appreciate your offering your opinion on that. But I'd like to ask for a vote on the amendment.
Director?
Just want to let you know, if we have to bring this back, it will be to January. It could curtail your search until later, January, February. So the sooner you could adopt whatever action, the quicker we can move on getting the search firm. Otherwise, I don't know if we're going to take action at a planning meeting, which we normally don't do. So it would be January before you can take it for action.
So I just get so frustrated. You know, I don't understand why we're beating this to death. We want to hire a consulting firm. I was surprised that this was so extensive in terms of this proposed motion when I saw it 2 days ago. You're supposed to help us find a way forward, not throw roadblocks in our way. You have this for several days to work on. You brought it forward to us. We need to act on it. And so I'm registering some significant frustration here. I don't think there's any disagreement on item number 1. Obviously, whatever criteria we come up with officially will apply to the process and the selection process. That's a no-brainer. So I'm not sure I understand the hang-up with item number 4.
Commissioner Brown, I suppose there's not necessarily a hang-up with number 4. I think the director's comment is that if you're not adopting the position qualifications right now, you do need to do it in an open session later on, whether that's January or a special meeting at a different date. Which I think we're just trying to make it clear that if you don't do it here today, and you don't have to do it here today, let me make that clear. I think we just want the commissioners to be aware that that means you will need to do it at an open session at a later date, whether that's January or calling a special meeting at another time.
So let me ask this then, for Commissioner Milner. Would you be comfortable with leaving item number 3 in if it's understood, as we discussed intent, that the intent is that the qualifications could be changed as a result of the work of the consultant? I mean, if we adopt this now, it's a placeholder for right now. That doesn't mean that subsequently we can't change the qualifications, correct?
I mean, sorry, I don't know your comments. I think, I guess if I'm hearing versus some of AT's comment, that we need to approve our qualifications, the criteria that we're going to publish for our recruitment, right? We do need to approve those in a public meeting, and so we are currently in a public meeting, and this seems like this was written to sort of de facto approve in November 2020 as the criteria that would be published and that would go out for hiring. It seems, that Commissioner Milner's point, which makes sense to me, is that we've got a consultant coming in to assess the culture, identify leadership attributes, and yet we're saying we're not going to make any substantive changes to the qualifications when we recruit. And so it seems like, well, why are we bothering to do all that? My suggestion probably would be, if we were to, we have our special meetings. I was like, can we even call them special anymore? That's like our regular meetings that we jump in. It does, to me, it's sounding like we maybe need to plan for a special meeting in which the consultant, in the case that the consultant advises substantive changes, we need to have some method of making that change. And the two options are that we approve that either the executive committee or the recruiting committee, which at least until December will be different people. So that either the executive committee or the recruiting committee could approve substantial changes, or if the commission is not comfortable with that, if they actually want to be involved in that, then we do need to plan on a special meeting. If again, assuming I think there's also a possibility that they'll say no, this is fine. So I'm not sure if we do need it.
Yeah, I have a little different take on this. I think the qualifications as we developed a year ago are exhaustive. And the process of hiring a new director involves using that base, and then when we get to the point of recruiting and advertising, we can emphasize certain aspects of those criteria based on what we've learned in the process of assessing agency goals and culture. I don't think there's anything in that assessment process that's going to result in the necessary need to change the qualifications of the type of what the candidate needs to meet in order to be successful. It probably, and hopefully will, give us direction on what to emphasize when we go out and recruit and solicit and ultimately interview and select a candidate. But I don't think there's anything missing in the qualifications. I think it's more about what we end up doing when we go out to recruit. And I don't think that the commission needs to approve the letter of recruitment that goes out. We've never done that before, last time. Or how we go about assessing candidates once we get an application. So I don't think there's a need to change the qualification statement. I think it's all about what we do, what we emphasize when we go out to recruit and select candidates.
Yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Bounds. I think that the qualifications are pretty straightforward. If anything, kind of broad enough, I think, to allow some flexibility in the screening process. I actually don't think we need to have the amendment thing that we can move forward on the original motion.
I just add, I think that Commissioner Brown, I agree with everything everybody stuff that's very broad, it's very high level, and I think you have enough here to give you a framework that would ensure that we are focused in the right areas in terms of our recruitment efforts. So I'll withdraw the motion to amend the main motion. Give it a second, please.
All right, and you recognize, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Miller.
The last time around, there were many promises that things would be worked out in the details, and I consider them pretty much to be swept under the rug. I don't agree with this. I think there are substantial gaps in our understanding of the staff and their attitudes and how they function. I don't agree with going forward with a boilerplate sort of description of responsibilities for the position, qualifications for the position. And I found myself just supporting the group again and again last time around. I'm not going to do that this time. So you won't have my vote for this. I just won't be a party to presupposing what the outcome is going to be of what we're about to do. That just didn't work last time. It's not going to work this time for me.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Miller. Commissioner President.
No comment right now. I think substantive at least. I think we need to move forward with this motion, and I think we need to leave room for that flexibility to call a special session when needed. We just need to use some common sense and good judgment in this moving forward. We also don't need to go fast, because that's when we tend to make mistakes. And if we, for whatever reason, have to wait until January, then so be it. We need to bring the public with this process with us. So I do think that we, moving forward with the committee of both, the overlap is good. I also think that having Becky move forward on the executive search form now is important to do all the work on possibly finessing whatever we need to finesse in December. We can call that special meeting if needed as we get feedback. Because I know everybody has an idea or thought or opinion on what should be included in these qualifications, just based on what we've been through. And I think we need to allow room to go over that, such as Miller expressed. But I don't think that we need to hold up this motion today.
Okay, so you agree? Commissioner Miller, go ahead.
So one thing I will note, I know you're reading it, so I'm reading it very quickly now, because of all of our tech issues. I don't have access to my emails prior to from November 2020, and so just to be clear, I know that you're frustrated, Commissioner Brown, but this is the first time. I mean, I can't remember from a year ago what they were, and so I'm really speed reading it now. And so
I'm frustrated with you, Commissioner, or any of my commission colleagues.
Okay. But as I'm speed reading it now, I see Commissioner Brown's point that this is fairly broad and likely to capture, just because it's so broad, and that you possibly could make changes in emphasis. The question I might ask, and Becky, I know you're not at the table, so I'll just say this is for you if you wanted to make your way towards the mic. What timing are we looking at for the consultant? About how long do we think it would take?
It will depend on a couple of things. The contracting protocol, contracting laws we have to take a look at, and there's a direct buy option would require potentially no competition or no solicitation, but I'm assuming I'm already doing a lot of research on available firms and consultants and kind of the pros and cons. If it's under a certain dollar threshold, it's a much simpler process. It doesn't require a formal solicitation. And that's the thing we don't know is how much will this cost. Again, I'm trying to talk to some other agencies to get a sense of what we're looking at likely. We likely want to do some type of even if it's under that dollar amount, some type of simple competition process. And that would be relatively quickly.
think if we were to assume a month, then and then if we were actually, if we were actually going to wait for recommendations from the firm in order to approve qualifications, if the firm were to take a month, and that's very close to the holidays, presumably they're not going to actually be able to do this to this point to the first full letter to. I don't know how long that would take, but presumably it's going to go till after the holidays, just because of the nature of the holidays.
I think she's saying they wouldn't be hired until they could be hired.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, then we're talking about January.
Exactly.
So maybe, it might actually, the timing could work out to approve it at our January meeting, because that might actually be close to when we have the recommendations. Not in Geneva. I don't know how folks feel about the delay. If it, if it just is a formality. Again, if it's going to be that timing anyway, then we just do it in January for bullet 3 and 4.
Director Hoffman.
Again, number 2, authorize the staff in consultation. Staff will be doing the procurement. We will not be coming back to the commissioner for approval.
So what I'm thinking is the staff will do the procurement. And then the firm will do this assessment. And presumably it'll be well into January by the time they actually come back with their assessment. So maybe we're not actually going to be moving forward before January anyway. Unless we move quick, unless they move very quickly, in which case we could just be gone to them and we're not moving. But I'm wondering if there's actually a rush anyway for 3 and 4.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call for a question.
Did we agree that you're withdrawing your amendment?
I can withdraw my amendment.
Okay. All right, so the amendment to the initial motion has been withdrawn, so
Point of order, the second must also withdraw it.
Commissioner Milner, the second did also withdraw.
Can I make a quick comment since we're I know that we're not supposed to comment after we call the question, but I'll just note that I am going to then vote nay, just because I feel like with Commissioner Milner not feeling comfortable and given everything we've gone through, that we should be trying to move together as a group. And so even though I personally would be fine with moving forward, I also feel like it's not I don't feel like it's a substantial ask to give the timing to have something to do. So I'll be voting nay on this issue.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wentz?
This doesn't prevent us from changing it in January.
That's correct.
So I don't see, in some respects, either way is fine, give or take, because I think we'll still be in a position that if in fact we can change, we want to change, we can in January. This gives, so it sends us and staff something to work with.
I think the importance of this motion really is to allow us to just be in the process of allowing, authorizing the executive committee to work with staff to procure consultants.
And I wonder if I could ask Commissioner Milner, having heard this conversation, the sequencing of this, and the likely timing of this, item 2 is going to happen in time for us to make adjustments to the position qualifications if necessary, and whether that meets any of your concerns.
Well, I would use the same reasoning to suggest that we just vote on items 1 and 2.
And take items 3 and 4 out of consideration for the moment.
Yes. I think it's important for us to go through the process together. It's not just about these words and about what we think is going to come out of it. We need to go through a process that takes us to a new point. And so let's just go forward with 1 and 2. January comes, we move forward with 3 and 4, or as the process directs us.
So I think it's really important for us to keep unified from the get-go on this. And in that spirit, I would then offer an amendment that the commission adopt requested action items 1 and 2 only.
Second.
Okay, we have an amendment by Commissioner Brown and a second by Commissioner Brown. So I guess we need to vote on the amendment. So, is there any discussion on the amendment? And so, we call for a vote on the amendment to strike items 3 and 4 from the initial motion. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, and then I just want to vote on the main motion. So let's vote on the main motion at this time. Call for the vote. All those in favor of the main motion with obviously the amendment that just has been approved.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so let the record show that the main motion has been approved on the requested action with the approved amendment. Okay, thank you. All right, so we originally had item E1, Crooked State Park right-of-way transfer that's been, that requested action has been withdrawn. So this time we're going to continue on with item E2, which is requested action, and it's the Lake Newport transfer to Pomeroy County, and I'm going to call on Assistant Director Peter Herzog.
Thank you, Chair Lambert. I'll just quickly remind the Commission that this item in various forms has been before the Commission several times. You recall at our September Commission meeting, we had Tommy Moore, our real estate acquisition specialist, coming to give a briefing on this project. And so in the two-touch format here, where you had a chance to look at this. And,
I'm sorry, I cannot hear the dialogue.
Commissioner Milner's having difficulty hearing you. Just be closer to the mic.
Oh, I was muted. And it wasn't even my fault this time.
Thank you.
So I'll remind the Commission again that this item in various forms has been in front of you a couple of times now. Most recently at the September Commission meeting, we had Connie Moore, our property and acquisition specialist, brief you on this transfer for Lake Newport to Pomeroy County. So in our intent to have always give at least a couple of touches to the Commission before making a critical decision about disposing of or transferring property. I want to make sure that you have plenty of time to think about this and have this in front of you. So this is our final requested action now, where we are going to be welcoming Connie Moore remotely to join us now and present this item. Which I see her name on the screen.
Can you hear us, Tanya?
There. Can I get confirmation that you can hear me? Can I get confirmation that you can
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Great. Okay. Good morning. My name is Connie Moore. I'm here with two requested actions today. The first is regarding the transfer of Lake Newport State Park property to Pomeroy County. Like Peter mentioned, I brought before you as part of my report at the September meeting. This is undeveloped vacant land in Park Holt, 4 miles from the Idaho border, 40 miles northeast of Spokane. This is 2 parcels separated by the railroad line, totaling 170 acres, with no legal access from nearby Idaho line. So if this transfer is granted, Pomeroy County Parks and Recreation will use the Lake Newport property as a water trail access site as part of the greater Pomeroy River Water Trail. A reversionary right would be placed on the property, requiring that it be used in perpetuity for recreational purposes. The short-term plan would be to use the property for a boat-in day-use site, and then the long-term plan for this Lake Newport property includes acquiring access for roads, beach access, the boat launch, dock, swimming area, campsite, day-use area with shelters. And then per the deed transfer and Governor's Executive Order 2102, Pomeroy County would be required to conduct a cultural preservation no deed restriction. In November of 2005, the commission determined the property is surplus. In October of 2011, Monterey County identified Lake Newport as a potential water trail site. And then in November of 2015, the 10-year authorization to surplus the property expired. December of 2020, a transfer request was received from Monterey County. And then in August of 2021, staff held a virtual public meeting after mailings were sent out, notifying the public of a potential transfer. And then August of 2021, the Kalispell, Coeur d'Alene, and Spokane tribes were notified and invited for formal consultation. And then September of 2021 was the commission meeting report. And then that brings us to today's requested action. So the requested action is that the commission unanimously finds that the Lake Newport State Park property is surplus to the needs of the state for development for state park purposes, and then authorize the director or designee to transfer the Lake Newport State Park property to Monterey County at no cost to operate in perpetuity for public outdoor recreation purposes, subject to reversion as required by law. So that comes to the end. Are there any questions that I can help with?
So in the absence of our chair, I'll just step in and ask if you have questions, colleagues, Commissioner Valens?
Yeah, just I guess kind of a technical question. So in the transfer, the requirements that it operate in perpetuity, are those written into the actual deed?
Yes.
That's correct, yes.
Because that's a long time. Yeah. 75 years from now, unless it's written down somewhere, ain't nobody going to remember. So, and the other question is, I think I had this answered before, but just for the public too, is they're prepared to move forward with making this a water access part of the trail, water access trail. They have resources, or they've got a gravity class, or they have.
Correct, for the first phase, just as the boat-in access site, it's going to be minimal. I think a little kiosk and maybe a picnic table in the plan.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. What did you say?
In the initial part of their plan, the first phase, it was minimal. I think it was maybe a little kiosk and like a picnic table, so it was minimal to begin with.
But it'll be identified and I'm sure used by the recreational stuff.
Yes.
Thank you.
Again, probably a technical question. I have a quick comment. I was reading the item, and it's interesting because we apparently in 2005 determined that this wasn't that this can be used for park purposes, and it strikes me that it's being used for park purpose. So I was a little curious as to why, why we came to that conclusion. Although I understand, given that they're trying to create this water trail, that it may make more sense for them to develop this property. The questions I have were regarding, so they're going to be doing this cultural resource assessment. I understand that there might be consultations with the Spokane tribe after that assessment or after the transfer. If there are concerns with developing the property, then does that revert back to us, or does that remain in the county, or does the county retain the property? So essentially, if there is something such that they're not going to be developing it, either because there's a cultural concern or a concern from the tribe, then what happens?
It would only revert back to us if they were not going to use it for recreational purposes. So if they were to maintain it and the tribe, for whatever reason, disagreed and did not want to see it develop beyond what it is now, they could ask that we take it back, but there's no, unless it's completely taken out of recreational use, there wouldn't be any requirement for them to give it back to us. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and then just to be absolutely clear, they have they would have all of the same requirements we would have in terms of respecting the tribal rights. I want to ensure that that we're not also sort of given that this sort of assessment hasn't occurred and the tribe hasn't, they haven't actually, they've chosen not to speak up, but also that we haven't actually heard from them. And I understand that the tribes are somewhat overwhelmed with a lot of the requests that they get. So it's possible that they're not, that they haven't spoken up because they haven't had a chance to review it because it's just too early and they have more urgent issues. That in fact, that there's no sort of advantage for the tribe for us or them. That it's fine, that it's going to be done afterwards. It's all the same requirements, that it's the same situation for the tribe.
No, that's the crucial distinction about what we're doing now, which we didn't do before, which was to incorporate into the deed reservations that they are required to comply with Governor's Executive Order 2102 or future versions of it. So, because that was one of the concerns that we heard coming from tribal governments in the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation was once it leaves state ownership, then none of these things really apply anymore because the government-to-government relationship is completely different from the local government. So this requires them to have essentially a similar requirement to do consultation and to do tribal cultural resource inventories before doing any sort of development. So this is our intent to make sure that it's essentially managed the same as we would for recreational purposes, but in this case we're set that they could probably do it better than we do.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so we have a request of action on item 2. Call for a motion.
I move to approve the request of action.
We have a motion by Commissioner Downs to approve the request of action on item 2. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a second by Commissioner Miller. Any further discussion? Okay, so I will call for the vote. All those in favor of approving the request of action as presented by staff on item 2, please vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Seeing none, let the record show that the request of action for item B2 was approved unanimously. Okay, so at this time we have a 15-minute break. So let's be back here at 10:50. And we are now going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a request of action, item E3, on property disposal. And we'll call on Assistant Director Peter Ozark.
This again remind the Commission, similarly to the last item, that we provided you a report at the September meeting on this. Also spent some time with the Real Estate Committee on this. This is the Auburn property has certainly been a topic for many years, and looking for a final disposition of that property. So Tanya Moore is back again to do this item. I will note that we did provide an amendment to the request of action. I think it was about a week ago that we were able to provide that to the Commission, and that's on our website, so that should be available to the public as well. There's some information come up around our first right of refusal process, and Tanya will outline that a little bit more in her presentation. So I will turn it over to Tanya to lead this item. Tanya. Still can't hear you yet.
logged in and logged out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to need to quick change here, and we're going to continue on with our general public comments for our plan. And then, well, we'll work with technical issues here. So we have a number of speakers that have signed up this morning. I want to welcome all of you to our commission meeting this morning, and thank you for coming before us and traveling. When you traveled a great distance to get here, so we appreciate you coming out. And so I will call your name, and if you could introduce yourself. And we have 3 minutes allotted for each speaker, and if you could sort of the buzzer will kind of go off at 3 minutes. If you could be sure to sort of expeditiously wrap it up at that point, in consideration of the other speakers, we'd appreciate it. So the first speaker that I have is Sue Gilman. Sue, would you please come forward and speak directly into the mic there so everybody can hear you. And welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Sue Gilman. I'm here on behalf of 500 Washington citizens who call Diamond Point in Connell County their home. We are surrounded by the beautiful, pristine Miller Peninsula State Park, and I'm hoping everyone had the opportunity to read the letter we sent prior to your September meeting. The letter included signatures of 500 of our neighbors that stated our concerns for the proposed development of the park. I am here to restate 4 of our main concerns on behalf of our neighbors. First is access to and from our homes. A serious traffic study needs to be done, including alternate access proposals, and solutions need to be conducted before advancing the ideas of park development any further. Second, water. Reliable supply of potable water is crucial to the future of Diamond Point community. The Miller Peninsula Park is surrounded by salt water on 3 sides. The aquifers underlying the peninsula currently provide water to the community and exist at approximately the same depth as mean sea level, inviting the specter of seawater intrusion and or drawdown of an aquifer. It is a risk to our community to add large water consumption, such as suggested in the development of the park. State Parks completed a water right application and was received by Ecology on August of 2020. There is no indication of whether Ecology has required the applicants to publish a newspaper notice yet. Notification sets up a 30-day period for people to comment or file protests. The notice is required to be published in the local newspaper where the project is located. Unless someone is watching the newspapers very closely, it's pretty easy to miss. Third, fire. It's not overstated the risk of fire. Evacuation of people from 700 homes with one road out to Highway 101. Vying for the chance of escape with large IVs is very frightening to all of us. Fourth, environmental concerns. Our state leadership has clearly recognized the need to curb climate change. Removing healthy carbon-absorbing trees in Miller Park does not make any sense. Ecology's SEPA guidance says that greenhouse gas emissions are considered an air pollutant and they need to be addressed. As residents of Diamond Point, we respectfully request the State Parks and Recreation Commission adopt the no action alternative and maintain the Miller State Park property as a natural recreation area with the least impact on wildlife inhabitants. We explicitly request to be notified of the commencement of any phase of action related to the proposal, including SEPA requirements, noticing for scoping, publication of documents, and public comment opportunities, including meetings and hearings. Thank you very much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Sue. Okay. Thank you. The next speaker is Don Marshall.
here today, I see that on the wall. I'm going to read it. I find the great thing in this world is not so much where we stand as in what direction we are moving. And I pay particular attention to as in what direction we are moving. Oliver Wendell Holmes was an assistant justice of the Supreme Court that said that. Pretty smart man, I think. My name is Don Martin. I live on Miller Peninsula. I've been there almost 30 years. I strongly oppose your plans for further development of this unique state-owned land. Here is my viewpoint. Our state parks can change. Global warming is real. Our world is changing, and we must adapt and we must change with it. What do we want an outdoor experience to be? Do we want zip lines? Do we want canopy walks? Golf frisbee? Lodges? I think not. Instead, I envision forested land with hiking trails for people and horses. I see a forested park with fox, coyotes, eagles, and even bears and cougars, which currently are there. I see forested land left undisturbed, leading to pristine beaches. Sorry. I have a problem here with my phone. I see forested land left undisturbed, leading to pristine beaches overlooking Protection Island, a sanctuary for migrating birds. From the beach in this park, I see seals, sea lions, orcas, osprey, harriers, and falcons, all of which I've seen. I envision a park for cyclists and nature lovers, equestrians and birders, and above all, nature lovers, to explore in its natural state. It is this raw, natural beauty that all of us seek. I see something new and exciting. A state park left predominantly in a natural state. A true gem for future generations. Our state parks can adapt. Our state parks can change direction. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Don. Our next speaker is Roger Wagner.
Good morning, Commission.
Good morning.
My name is Roger Wagner, and I live in the Diamond Point community on Miller Peninsula. I have a couple interesting statistics to share with you. A mature tree absorbs approximately 48 pounds of CO2 per year. An average motorhome emits about the same amount of CO2 in one 30-mile trip. Why is the Washington State Parks Commission considering cutting down hundreds or possibly thousands of trees to promote the use of motorhomes in the midst of a climate crisis? Please think about our children's and grandchildren's futures when making your decisions about Miller Peninsula State Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Okay, our next speaker is Stephen Easterday.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for the chance to come and speak with you today as Executive Director and staff on the public comment of Navy proposal to conduct training in the state parks. I'm Colonel Stephen Easterday, U.S. Marine Corps retired. I'm here this morning representing the Northwest region of the Navy League. of the United States and in my position as the area president for Oregon of the Navy League. One of my jobs during the 30-year career in the Marines was a training officer of a battalion of Marine engineers. I know the importance of training in any climate or place is real. We must train our young Marines to follow orders and learn from our experienced instructors. They must know their training is solid to fall back on at that training when adversity strikes. Whether it is their military skills, engineering skills with equipment, or joint training for an upcoming mission given to their unit, they must perform. Just as in this case, the Navy Special Warfare SEAL teams need to train in any climate or place to become proficient in military skills or joint service training assigned to their unit. For this reason, and only this reason, to support our young men and women need the training environment you offer in the state parks along the waterways of the Northwest region of the great state of Washington. The teams will learn the best way they can to survive and carry out their mission to prevent harm to themselves or their unit on the next mission that they are given. For over 30 years, Navy SEALs have trained using some of the Washington state parks. In January 2021, you voted in favor of continuing this tradition of training in the state parks. According to the Washington State Park spokeswoman, Ann Hall, we have never received any complaints from the public until this last year. Proposed training would occur on selected nearshore lands and inland waters of Puget Sound, including Hood Canal, as well as the southwestern Washington coast. The intent of the proposed training is to build trainee skills, experience, and confidence by challenging them in a location with dynamic weather, land, and cold water conditions. As part of their rigorous training, trainees learn to avoid detection, along with the goal of leaving no trace of their presence during or after the training activities. I strongly abhor the challenges your commission faces from these groups opposed to the Navy training. I wish you well in getting past these frivolous lawsuits. I hope you expeditiously issue the permits as soon as possible for the SEAL teams to use the state parks. You'll be helping the young sailor and Navy achieve their goals and proficiency in their chosen field. Thank you. Stephen Easterday, Colonel, United States Marine Corps, retired.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Our next speaker is Larry Morrell.
Thank you, Commissioners. I just want to say by opening, I don't normally identify myself as a Vietnam-era veteran. It's not part of my sole identity, but I thought in this context it would be good to let you know that I am a veteran, and I have many friends who are veterans as well. I also want to say I'm involved in several nonprofit organizations, and I understand completely the sorts of diverse opinions that you all have to deal with, and the sorts of difficult decisions and conversations you're currently having. So you have my great thanks for your service on the Commission. I just want to say that last week our country celebrated Veterans Day. And that was the reason I decided to make this trip to talk to you today. CBS reported on Bill Mulder, one of our nation's most decorated Navy SEALs. His wife, Sydney, said he was a great father and dedicated to his SEAL team. But after a grueling mission to Afghanistan in 2009, Mulder said her husband changed. He was angry, started drinking excessively, and didn't want any help. 6 months after he left the Navy, he called his wife on FaceTime and put a gun to his head. Nearly 20% of all service members who have returned from Afghanistan and Iraq have post-traumatic stress disorder or depression. According to our RAND study, the Department of Navy Affairs, or Veterans Affairs, says that each day, 17 veterans take their own lives. Some of my friends, veterans, suffer from PTSD and depression and take refuge in the outdoors, in particular, national and state parks, where they will be free from reminders of the trauma they suffered while they served. But if they suspect, even without seeing correctly, military exercises might be happening nearby, the experiences lose their healing powers and might in itself be traumatic. Some of our commissioners and the previous speaker has suggested that it probably is patriotic to allow the Navy to train in our state parks. I suggest it's a different form of patriotism, looking out for our veterans, providing them a refuge free from any potential encounter. That's the real patriotic choice. The Navy is currently training special forces elsewhere and has many, many choices outside of state parks. Washington itself is home to over 500,000 veterans. Over 1,500 of them are homeless and suffering from various forms of mental problems. Wall Street 24/7 reported that these 500,000 veterans resident in Washington State are amongst the most active veterans in the country. I urge the Commission to withdraw its permission to issue permits for military training of any sort in state parks. If today is typical, according to the VA, 17 veterans would take their lives. State parks would be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. I also want to thank both Larry Monroe and Stephen Easterday. Thank you, gentlemen, both for your service and any other veterans we might have in the audience. Our next speaker is Sue Ellen White.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hawk, thank you for your service. On behalf of all of those who appreciate and love our state parks. My name is Sue Ellen White. I'm a resident of Kitsap County. Some of you may recognize me as I've been an advocate for state parks since 1977, and I currently serve in your voting program's House Sports Advisory Committee. Well, here we are, nearly 2 years into the pandemic. 37 million. That's a lot of visits to state parks in 2020, especially with the interpretive centers and other facilities closed and out-of-state visitors scarcer. It's a lot of visits, and people clearly in Washington value their state parks. They need them for healthy bodies, minds, and spirits. Parks have been an antidote to the isolation of the lockdown. And your charge to mission and your mission to nurture. I submit that it is not your mission to provide a place for war training under any circumstances. The two uses are antithetical. You heard in innumerable letters and testimony that state park users don't want the military creeping around in the state parks. It creeps people out. People who are already scared and vulnerable, who need parks to de-stress. And the parks targeted for Navy use account for 25% of those 37 million visits. The plan is too expensive. According to public disclosure emails, your staff, by the end of last January, used all of the 233 allotted hours that the Navy's $29,000 application fee provided to reimburse parks expenses. These emails also indicate that since last January, the staff has spent additional substantial time on this issue. So how much does this cost? How many other needed items have been pushed in favor of war games planning? How many programs for children found wanting? How many interpretive and maintenance plans were dropped to set the stage for what clearly creeps out park users? The public deserves transparency. Finally, some have indicated that to object to the Navy's war games in our park is unpatriotic. That's a straw man fallacy. My own family has served in the military since the Revolutionary War. For example, my great-uncle, Major General George White, was the longest-serving adjutant general of the U.S. National Guard. a founder of the American Legion, and the commander at Fort Lewis of the 41st Division in the run-up to World War II. He died 2 weeks before Pearl Harbor. My Uncle Johnny was a World War II Marine and Carlson's Raider. My brother, God rest his soul, despite childhood polio, served in the Vietnam-era National Guard. None of these gentlemen would approve of this. They fought to ensure the proper separation of the military and the civilian spirits in our society. 37 million people. Visits. They deserve your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And thank you for your volunteer service on the advisory committee as well. So I think our final speaker is Gary Piercy.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gary Piercy. I'm president of the Portland Blue Rat Council of the Navy League. Navy League is made up of civilians who support a strong Navy. We have over 250 members in the Vancouver, Portland area. In order to have a strong Navy, members need to train. In this case, our SEALs and other Navy personnel need access to cold water realistic training. This training has been occurring for many years using access to the Washington State Parks without any damage or complaints until recently. I understand the group that opposes this training is also the same group that is complaining about the aircraft noise at Whidbey Island. And of course in the Navy there also. These proposed restrictions on our military's training affects the cost of the training as well as readiness. Something that should be non-controversial has become controversial because a few activists have made it an issue. Allowing access will not harm the parks or any citizens who use the parks. We recommend the Navy continue to be allowed to have access to the Washington State Parks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gary. I believe that is the end of our speaker list and our public comments. So I want to again reiterate how thankful we are for all of you to come out here. I know that you've journeyed far to get to this meeting, so we appreciate your comment, and please provide feedback. Thank you. So we are ready to
we're going to try it again. Tanya, you want to do a sound check?
Can you hold your posters up, please, while I take a picture?
Okay. Just give us 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
I haven't talked just a little while. We want to tell a lot of
Thank you. All right, so I guess we'll revisit item E3 on the comedy disorder. So request an action. This is in director.
I'll turn it right over to Tanya, so we'll give it another shot. So Tanya, please proceed.
All right, thank you. Sorry for that technical disaster. So
Tanya, you want to just give us a second here? All right, go ahead. Thank you, Tanya.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about the Auburn property, which is located within Auburn City limits in King County. This parcel is not contiguous to any other state park property. It's zoned commercial use and just off Auburn Way North. This is a level 1.59 acres of vacant land. In preparation for this requested action, a cultural resource survey was completed. The survey concluded that the land sale will not have any archaeological or historic impact. although we did learn some interesting history on the area. The neighboring parcel along Auburn Way North has monuments in place marking the 1855 deaths of settlers and Army personnel who died as a result of skirmishes with local tribes. The inscription on one of the monuments indicates the individual died 125 feet east of said monument, which would place the death on the Auburn State Park property. However, upon staff consultation with the White River Valley Museum, it was discovered that the monuments were moved from what is now Brennan Park to the current site along Auburn Way North in 1960 as a part of a regional beautification project to prepare for the 1962 World's Fair in Seattle. So a breakdown of the Auburn property timeline since Parks acquired it is in 2013 through a land exchange with the City of Auburn, and then in March of 2015, the Commission found the Auburn property surplus, designated the property as enterprise land, and authorized it for lease. Then from 2017 to 2019, Marathon Development entered into a lease with State Parks with plans to develop the property, but then withdrew in 2019. In April of 2021, staff had the property appraised. The appraised value was determined to be $2.8 million. The King County area tribes have been notified offering formal consultations with no request to date. A virtual public meeting was held in August. There were questions on the public auction process and one opposition email, which you have received. A report that included the Auburn property was given at the September Commission meeting. In September, staff had an informal meeting with City of Auburn representatives to answer questions regarding the property disposal process. The property was mentioned as a potential affordable housing site, and representatives resolved that they would wait for a commission decision before pursuing any further. Valley Regional Fire Authority contacted staff in October of 2021, expressing interest in the upcoming Auburn property decision, as the site has been identified as a possible location for a future fire station. An email was sent to the Commission and staff on November 11th, again expressing interest in the Auburn property. So our process moving forward includes the following: a requested action and commission decision, a right of first refusal for all government and tribal entities. So if the sale is authorized, I will notify state, federal, county, city, and federally recognized Indian tribes in the area of their right of first refusal or the opportunity to purchase the property. There's a 60-day window for the government and tribal entities to exercise this right of first refusal. Per statute, priority is to be given to state agencies. Now, if no interest is exercised, the next step would be to move the stuff in the property to a sealed bid public auction per statute. Once the sale is complete, either to another government entity or to a public party, sales proceeds would be deposited into the parkland acquisition account to be used for the purchase of more park property. And that brings us to the formal requested action of the Commission, which has 4 points. Number 1, unanimously find that the Auburn State Park property cannot be advantageously used for park purposes. Number 2, direct staff to give notice to government entities of their right of first refusal as prescribed in statute. Number 3, which was revised for the November memo that you have received, that in the event more than one government entity responds, the director is delegated discretion to dispose to any of the responding government entities. Again, state agencies are given priority. And then if more than one state agency responds within the notification period, the director has the discretion to dispose to any of the responding state agencies. This scenario will include conferring with the Commission Real Estate Committee to come to a decision on the claim of state agency. The director is delegated the authority to negotiate the terms and conditions to be agreed upon for disposition of the property. And then the final part of the requested action is authorize the director to sell the Auburn State Park property at public auction as prescribed in statute if, after 60 days, no government entity express interest. So are there any questions about the property proposed sale process or anything?
Marion Commission member. Go ahead, Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tanya, thank you for the summation. I'm thinking about the Newport transaction, which we just passed, and recognize that there's a reversionary clause in that. There's a dequalification that if we continue to be used for outdoor recreation purposes. And I'm wondering, in this action, how do we get around that? Because what I understand to be the interest of the municipality is to use the property very wisely for affordable housing, which I think is great, but it's certainly not outdoor recreation. So how do we square this up?
Well, that would be that we would be selling the property under a different statute, and Andy wants to speak to that and get more specific.
That's right. There's different statutory authorities given to the agency for disposing surplus property, and the prior one is proceeding under a different statute than this one. And this one is set out in state park statutes in Chapter 79A05. And forgive me for not recalling the specific section. I believe it's 220 maybe. But there are two, well, there's more than two, but within Chapter 79A05, there are two different routes that are prescribed for your agency in disposing surplus property, and this is the second method. And of course, the right of first refusal and all that is also set in statute, and that's why all these procedures are in place. And while I have your attention, I just want to make a note. I believe there's either a typo or an omission in the requested action as written there on the slide. So under C, under 3C, if more than one state agency responds or has the discretion, but I think the same applies that if more than one government agency, obviously as noted in B, state agencies are given priority as required by statute. But if there are no state agencies and there's multiple government entities, for example, federally recognized tribes or federal agencies, I think the intent there is to give the director the discretion to then choose between those agencies of equal priority.
So would we need to change the motion?
I think so. I think.
No.
Well, no, there's no motion yet.
I'm sorry, I meant the request
The
of
request of action that you have in your packet is correct. So which is in the same motion on the slide.
That's good. That's good.
This is a summary of the
Evidently, I
request
have to go back and read the statute because it seems we have an election right, as to which statute we're going to move under. In this case, it waives the obligation of outdoor recreation being its purpose going forward.
Maybe I could jump in here just for Commissioner Miller's sake. So there's a couple of different things going on. We have under the statute that we have two statutes that we're suggesting to do in order here. One statute is for the surplus of the property and then sale at private public auction. The other one is an interagency transfer, which is done under a different statute, neither of which carry with them any sort of reversionary clauses. And the intent there is that we can free and clear provide the property to the purchaser to do with what they want with no reversionary deed restrictions of any kind. What I would say is that similar to the Newport transfer, what we did instead of a deed reservation for cultural resources is that we went ahead and did the survey ourselves, did a cultural resource survey of the site, found that there was no archaeological resources or other cultural resources present there. So we wanted to make sure that up front that we did all the work necessary to assure the commission that it wasn't culturally significant in any way. So we don't like to attach any deed reservations when we're selling at auction because that can affect the sale price, and it also could
Commissioner Lambert.
I have a question about so just to clarify the issue with the monument. So the deaths that they're referencing actually occurred somewhere else. Is that what?
That's correct.
And the monument is just there, it's just there. But there was not actually any activity on that site.
Correct. But you can imagine that gave us a start when we saw the monuments there that were pointing in that direction. So we did the yeoman's job of finding out what it actually meant.
All right, any other questions? All right, so perhaps I should just read the requested action that we're voting on here. Number one is unanimously find that the Auburn State property cannot advantageously be used for park purposes. Number two is direct staff to give notice to governmental entities of their right of first refusal as prescribed in statute. Number three is, in the event more than one government entity responds within the notification period for the right of first refusal pursuant to RCW 43.17.400, the director is delegated the discretion to disclose to any of the responding government entity, provided the state agencies are given priority as required by statute. If more than one state agency responds within the notification period, the director likewise has the discretion to disclose to any of the responding state agencies. The director is delegated the authority to negotiate the terms and conditions to be agreed upon for disposition of the property pursuant to RCW 43.17.400. And number four, authorizes director to sell the Auburn State Park property at public auction as prescribed in statute if after 60 days no government entities express interest. That is the requested action that has been presented by staff. So at this time, if
based on what was just read there, I still didn't hear the part about when it's conflicting government agencies and not just conflicting state agencies.
We're directed to the language in the packet.
So yeah, I mean,
I'm a little confused. The intent to act on this requested action,
Hold on a second.
so my question is the intent to act on the requested action that's detailed on page 3 of this item, or is there yet another iteration that's different than the requested action I'm seeing on the screen? I'm just not clear what we're acting on or what we're being asked to act on.
We sent you an amended requested action about a week ago, and executive scheduled on the screen here.
I'll just check my emails here. I don't have that.
Yeah, I just read the requested action.
That's the final version.
And it's been uploaded. I'm looking at the one that's been uploaded to the website.
Yes.
So the one uploaded to the website.
Double check.
Because there's us, but there's also the public and everybody else, right? So just to make sure that us having it personally, right, it is not great.
Okay, so this is, it's fine. So the only changes are in like sub 3. Thank you.
There's no subsidy. Online, there's not. There's no subsidy. The online version is no subsidy. That's the one we're voting on. Just.
So on the screen, on the screen is the amended requested action that was posted to the website on November 4th and was provided as the amendment modified.
so I will restate my, I guess, comment here. Let me be clear, this is just so that it's clear what you guys are, I know there's no motion yet, but when there is a motion, that it's clear what you are acting on. And right now, I think the language that's missing is that So there's two tiers here, right? The statute requires you to give priority to state agencies. So I think the intent here is that when there are competing state agencies, that the director be delegated authority to use his discretion to choose between the competing state agencies. However, I think the language that's missing is that if it's rather than competing state agencies, let's say no state agencies exercise the right of first refusal, and it's just the other government entities, for example, counties, cities, federally recognized tribes, federal agencies. These are considered in the same tier of priority, so there's subordinate state agencies in terms of priority. And I think there's, just for clarity's sake, there should be language there to say that if it is competing government agencies or government entities, that the discretion, the director likewise has the discretion to choose between competing government agencies as well. I hope that's clear.
So, what specific mandatory language are you proposing for what we're seeing on our screen right now?
It would be an additional sentence after the sentence that reads, if more than one state agency responds within the notification period, the director likewise has the, I think that likewise is extraneous there. The director has discretion to dispose to any of the responding agencies. I think what happened here is that there's one additional clause that's missing. So if we could have like 5 minutes, I could put out the language so that you guys can look at it. Because I did have that language earlier. I think what happened here is two sentences got compressed into one. That's why there's that likewise that shouldn't be there. I think the original sentence would have been something like, if more than one state agency responds within the notification period, the director has the discretion to dispose to any of the responding state agencies. If no state agency responds and instead it's the other government entities that respond, the director likewise has discretion to dispose to any of the responding government entities.
Okay, so
but I would rather have a couple minutes here to put that in so that you can see it in front of you.
So why don't I go ahead and call a break here, and we'll have 5 minutes is adequate.
That's more than sufficient. Yeah.
Be back in a break for you.
Oh, I'm very excited about that. I was friends with the ranger at Logan Shield, so he took me out there on a little hike tour. Good speaking with you.
All right, so we're back from break. We're revisiting item E3. Did you just want to maybe highlight the addition to the requested action?
Yeah, hopefully you're able to see this in front of you. The highlighted portion is what I have inserted that I believe was missing from the original language. So now that particular clause reads, if more than one state agency responds, that with should be within, actually. If more than one state agency responds within the notification period, the director is authorized to dispose to any of the responding state agency at the director's discretion. If no state agency responds within the notification period, but more than one non-state government entity responds, the director likewise has the discretion to dispose to any of the responding government entities.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Danberg, did you have a question?
I have a comment.
Okay. Okay. So I guess at this time I will call for a motion on the requested action item E3 augmented property disposal as presented by staff. Can I get a motion, please?
I
Commissioner Conley. So at this time, do we have any questions or comments? Commissioner Denver?
So I commented on this item at our last meeting, I saw the note from the fire station that they're possibly interested in this property, and it's still a little. I don't know. I did go there, and I'll just say, there's a sort of nice park at the end. There is a neighborhood that's right across the street from it. There appears to be an assisted living center right across the street, right next to it, as well as a kinder care. I sort of noted, what I really feel like they need is like a diner and cartels, because there's several people sort of walking past it, walkers, walking presumably to retail. But at the same time, it's sort of notable that there's empty retail next to the kinder care. So if you sort of imagine our properties here, and there's an assisted living center and a kinder care, and then there should be an empty retail behind it. So it doesn't seem likely that it's appealing for retail. I had noted that I really would hope that this does not end up any kind of sort of light industrial manufacturing. There's sort of an office complex and some light industrial around there. Down the street of it is an auto dealership, but it is again next to a kinder care and assisted living center. So I do think that the characterization of this sort of the impression I've gotten at the last meeting was that this property is like just around a bunch of like car lots, and I'm like, no, car lots kind of down the street, and then there's this neighborhood, and there's like 3 elderly people walking past when I was there on a rainy day. There's a kinder care there, so again, I think, I would hope that when this is disposed of, that there is some consideration, basically, in the impacts to the community. And what I really hope is that we don't hear about it, because if we do, I'll be very disappointed. I'm sort of taking staff's word for it that this will be, that this will not have any harm to the local community there. And that is, again, I'm sort of just, I'm not sort of asking to have it written in because it seems like that would be overly complicated, but I am, asking it to be sort of taken into consideration. Again, that this is, as I said, that this is next to the assisted living center. Again, I was like, I don't know about a fire station. Again, I don't know. Maybe that's actually better because there's faster response, but at the same time, there's like a lot of noise. I live by a fire station, so that type of thing I hope is taken into consideration, the impacts on the local residents and community. Because while we maybe don't see this as valuable because it's in an urban center and it's in a city, open space in urban centers are valuable in and of themselves. And so, since we're taking it away from open space, I hope that we also don't sort of negatively impact the neighbors of it. And I will admit it's not a attractive piece of land. So, at the same time, I was thinking of like hanging out on this property because it is. So,
Thank you, Commissioner.
Peter, do we know what the zoning, since we don't control that, is it zone residential, commercial, all kinds of commercial?
Yeah, and I don't, Commissioner Denver, I don't want to provide you false assurance about that because right now we have a couple of proposals or a couple of people that are interested in the one for assisted living or affordable housing and the other for a fire station. I mean, it would be our hope that one or the other of those would be what we would be able to do with it. But the request of action also does say that if those all fall through, we would put it up for public auction for any people use. So I don't want to, the director will have discretion amongst all the agencies, state agencies, and have a preference to come and make some judgment about sort of highest and best use, if you will, for the community's sake that way. But I just did want to say that we will be able to insert some preferential use of that property if it is any one of those government.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments, or discussion?
I'd like to take a motion. I'd like to take a motion to strike point 4.
So you're proposing an amendment to the request of action?
You're proposing to remove item 4?
Yeah.
so we have a motion to amend the request of action, striking point number 4, Commissioner Danberg, and we have a second by Commissioner Brown.
My second is at the moment a courtesy, because I'd like to hear your thinking, which wouldn't be possible if we didn't have a motion before us. So maybe you could maybe explain your thinking.
It's essentially based on what I just said, that this gives the director the authorization to consider all of the government. So it's essentially the state and the non-state government, but it's removing the bullet that is authorizing a public option for any purpose, for non-government purpose. And it just is, again, I looked at it and I admit it's not attractive, it's not an attractive space, but it's just something about having careful consideration for removing open space in urban areas. I guess that's just what it comes down to. Maybe because I live in a city, I think that open space in urban areas is very valuable, even if it's just empty. And so, again, if it were to be used for another government purpose, I guess I could see that. People are being used for, assisted living. That also, again, next to an assisted living center. My understanding is that there was interest in that, and then they were not interested in it. They actually.
Affordable housing. I'm sorry,
Affordable housing.
Affordable housing, not assisted living.
Oh, I see. So that is also government. Yeah. So it would essentially. Essentially what it is saying, I'm not as comfortable saying this is any commercial use for any purpose. I am comfortable saying if another government wants to use it for any purpose. And again, I'm happy to I'm happy to lose this vote, but I wanted to at least make the statement that again, I went there, I came around, and you can hear from the detail. You live there, look around, I walked up and down the neighborhood. There is a park at the end. There's a neighborhood across the street. You go all the way down to the neighborhood, the park at the other end of there. And again, this is sort of on a major throughway, and there's shops, and again, if it weren't for sort of, and I did also look, I peeked into that assisted living center, and they do have kind of a lawn. So, and it's fenced, which I think is probably for a reason. And on the other side from there seems to be more medical assisted living centers. But that corner has a lot of elderly and low income right now, and so I get concerned about just saying we can stick anybody highest bidder next to elderly and low income folks without any consideration. And I don't want to sit here trying to write all the considerations in. So the simplest thing is just to strike through.
So I just have a question. I have a question for Andy. Is this process of putting it for auction, is that part of the RCW, and are we able to make an amendment to the request of action with that?
You are. As I mentioned previously, there's multiple authorizing statutes for state parks. This requested action is operating under the assumption of proceeding towards a public auction, basically. But obviously, to get to a public auction, you have to do the right of first refusal, the 60-day notice period. However, there is a separate statute for intergovernmental transfers. So, if the commission's intent here, and obviously there's a motion before you, if that motion is passed, I think. The amendment should amend this so that the procedure follows a different statute, basically. And you do have the statutory authority to consider only intergovernmental transfer. I will note, though, if you proceed under 3933, which is the statute for intergovernmental transfer, I believe that you no longer have to follow the right of first refusal procedure, and you can simply contract and negotiate with other state or other governmental entities pursuant to that statute. So it's a completely different statutory mechanism. In some ways, it gives you more discretion because you no longer have to necessarily give priority to state agencies as you would under this particular procedure. But under that other option, you would only proceed to, inquire if there's any other governmental entities that's interested, and you would be precluded from putting it up for public auction under that separate statute. So if that motion does pass, I think we may want to take a look at the language and revise it before you vote on the main motion.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yep, Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I didn't hear a response from Assistant Director Herzog to the Director's question. It's my understanding that we received this property in knowledge that it was zoned industrial and that we are proposing its auction or transfer under that same zoning classification. Is that correct?
I think it was commercial. I don't think it was industrial. But Tanya might have a better sense of that.
And I actually just, because I think it fits here, I was trying to look up what C3 zoning in Auburn means because it is heavy commercial district. It doesn't say industrial, but I don't know what the distinction is. I'll try to keep looking. Let Tanya knows.
That was the same thing that I found, that it was zoned as commercial.
Trying to find what the definition of heavy commercial is. I just don't know.
Thank you. Let's, I know we have questions and comments by Commissioner Bounds and Commissioner Brooks. So Commissioner Bounds.
Well, I appreciate Commissioner Dannenberg's concern about what happens with this site. I think our choices, it seems to me, are if we retain it, we retain it as a vacant lot. And I assume we contract with somebody to hold the grass and if we sell it, then we get the proceeds that we use to purchase property that's a priority for state parks. It does then provide some additional, hopefully, open space, recreation opportunity for citizens of the state of Washington in a place that, and according to our own acquisition plans, development plans, would be something that we could identify as a priority for benefiting the public or providing open space. So I think I would vote against this amendment because I think putting ourselves in the position of the local government to define what the zoning ought to be for that site and what the uses ought to be is putting us in a position that I don't think we really are the right people to make that decision. I understand the concern about the impact. And I would certainly hope that if the adjacent property owners or community objects to that particular zoning for that site, that they would make their voices known with the office of the council and proceed accordingly. If we don't sell it, retain it as a vacant lot, then we're losing the opportunity to capture that money to purchase property and benefit state parks. So it seems to me that's the direction we ought to go.
Sorry, I will add briefly that our intent is to bring another requested action in January for use of the proceeds. So that's another discussion about where the commission will weigh in on what the intent for use of the proceeds are understandable.
Commissioner Perez.
I was going to suggest getting the correct statute in place so that we could have an informed vote on this, but after hearing Commissioner Bounds and Commissioner Dannenberg and where we are with this, I know
number 4 is where we would actually receive proceeds, if it gets to that point. I mean, I think if it doesn't, which it sounds like there are options, before you get to that point, you still have to negotiate with the government, the local government, and they have to provide resources. They got to pay for the property. So under either one of those circumstances, 3 or 4, the proceeds go into the acquisition fund to acquire property for state parks.
What is, with the elimination of the 4, does that mean that it comes back to the commission to sell the park property? I'm not sure what that means if we don't have 4.
So that would, we would still proceed with the first right of refusal process, and then the hope would be that one of the entities that has expressed interest would exercise that right of first refusal, and then we would sell the property to, we'd be able to sell the property to one of those 2 government agencies, and then we'd have to stop. And then if we are unable to sell to another government agency, we'd have to come back to the commission and either take another swipe at this decision again, or table it, and as Commissioner Brown says, just figure out something to do with the property that is retains within our ownership for some purpose.
So it would come back to the commission to do the actual sale.
To authorize the sale, yes. And so what this requested action does is a 2-step process. We're going to exhaust all the public possibilities before we go to a private sale, and then we let the commission would authorize us to go to public sale. I will sort of mention parenthetically, peripherally, that timing is of a concern. There has been a property identified for use of the proceeds that is the Bear Creek Lodge property that we've talked about in the past that has some time constraints associated with it. But I don't want to prejudice the commission's decision about how to use the proceeds in January, but time is not our friend if we wanted to exercise the ability to purchase that other property. So that's why we came with this 1-2 punch that makes the second step automatic unless you would authorize that right now.
So we have an amendment to vote on. Do we have any more questions or discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it seems like there's maybe confusion. As I said, my intent was to allow the sale to another government entity, but not to auction it for any purpose at all. And I understand that there is another property, that we can purchase, and if we're looking at Bear Creek Lodge, it's on the other side of the state. It's an area with a ton of green space. It's well outside the urban area. It's a different economic situation, and I don't I look at an equity situation that says I don't want to negatively impact assisted living center and a kinder care and low income folks so that we can buy a ski lodge. I don't know. I get concerned about that. And again, as I said, I just wanted to make it very clear that I object to that. And so if there is a sale and we hear that it's negatively impacting, it'll be heard for me at least. Right? I mean, it's and what we're saying is we don't have any control over that. But what we're going to include, I would hope that one of these other uses would kind of.
For clarification, it's really the option.
It's the option. That's why my motion is on the floor.
It can still sell, but if it doesn't sell, then there's no option.
There's no option. Yeah.
All right, so just for that, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote on the amendment to strike item 4 on the main motion of the requested action. So, all in favor of striking item 4 and approving the amendment, please vote aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Okay, so we have, I'm sorry, Commissioner Connolly, how did you vote? Opposed? Okay, so we have a vote opposed. Commissioner Milner, that was opposed?
Yes, that's opposed.
Okay, and I'm opposed as well. So we have 4 opposed. Commissioner Connolly, Commissioner Bounds, myself, and Commissioner Milner. So it's 4-3. The amendment So at this time, we will vote on the main motion, which is keeping item 4.
I never had another amendment.
Pardon?
But I had another proposed amendment.
Okay.
Just striking out this lane from item 1.
Where's that at?
So we have to vote on this one because this is email and stuff.
You vote no to.
Yeah.
So are we talking about the main motion now?
Yes.
So I'm going to support this. It's time for us to move this piece of property to someone else's ownership that can better utilize it than us. We can take that money and put it to something that is of substantially greater value to us as an agency. I have before me the definition of C3, and in many respects this is really out of our hands. This is heavy commercial zone, allow for medium to high intensity uses, including a wide range of retail, commercial, entertainment, office, services, and other professional uses. This zone is intended to accommodate uses which are oriented towards automobiles while fostering a pedestrian orientation. There's nothing we're going to ever do that's going to fit that profile. That profile is determined by an independent government agency outside of our control. And I think overall it's in our best interest to finally, after years of consideration, to see if we can't get this, hopefully, to another governmental entity. That's why I supported the last motion. I'm hoping that a government entity like the fire, not a fire station, it's a regional fire authority, probably for a fire station, might be able to pick this up from us. So I encourage you guys both teams to be unanimous.
So I guess I will call for a vote on the main motion, requested action item E3. So all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstaining.
Okay, so we have Commissioner Lambert abstaining. We have no nays, and the remaining votes are aye. So the requested action passed.
I'm going to have to review.
Generally, under Robert's rules, abstentions are just noted for the record and not counted on vote. But I don't know if we're all
I think we need to confer because I do know under Robert's rules, an abstention does not defeat a unanimous vote, but Robert's rules was explicitly not binding on the commission, so we'll have to take a look at the statute on anything else.
Okay.
All right, so while we're doing that,
What is it? I have maybe a question. Well, I guess my question would be, if that defeats the motion, then I presume a person that voted for the motion could submit
Depends on what the definition of the person that could make the motion is, I'm sure you know, is the person who voted on the prevailing side.
Right.
Well, that would, in essence, by default, be the person who didn't vote at all through abstention. So it would require us to take a look. I'm not sure exactly how we would be able to pull that back. I think it was to say again, I'm happy to vote no, just so we can preserve the right to bring it back. But then that, of course, default to negative action too. So it's a little complicated. Let's hope that my understanding of abstention is the equivalent of recusing yourself from the final action. And so it's almost as if you were not there at that moment in time to take action on that item. But I'll leave it up to our legal scholars to figure that out. But
that was
my memory. So maybe visit this after lunch and see whether we have a problem or not.
I think that's fine.
So I think speaking to Commissioner Vandenberg's position, which which I'm sympathetic with. I'll point to the sports complex that was built on the old Fish and Wildlife Pheasant Farm, which actually was our first presence in this chain of custody and titles. So there is a very nice set of ball fields that was built as a consequence of our first transaction, if you will. There you go.
All right, so let's get back to item 3, Andy.
So the statute requires unanimous consent of the commission, and as noted, Robert's rules states that if someone were to abstain, I think Commissioner Brown would think that it's equivalent to a recusal, as if the commissioner is not there. So there is a question. Well, I think the option here is that the commission has voted. We can leave it at that, and after additional follow-ups, we can determine what the effect of this vote is, if that makes sense.
Because the vote was unanimous. And the only people who cast the vote voted yes.
No, but I think we're going to follow up.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So if there's authorities to, that contradicts that, then I will present that to the commission in a privileged setting. But I think the record is clear that as to who voted and who abstained. So I think that's good enough here.
Okay, great, thank you. I think Becky, we have one person that.
Did they stay?
You left.
No, it's okay.
We're good? Okay. All right. So, well, I guess at this time we're right on schedule for lunch, and it looks like we're scheduled to be back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
I'm so tired.
Hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Hi. Are you getting out or are you staying? I'm here for my 35-year period. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's good to see you.
All right, so we're back from our lunch break, and we do have some pre-arranged speakers. But before we go to the pre-arranged speakers, I did want to call upon Assistant Director Peter Herzog. I believe we have a determination on the previously voted upon requested action.
Just wanted to let the commission know that we've conferred and that we do believe that an abstention from a vote does not upset a unanimous vote. So we're moving forward with that assumption.
Okay, thank you. So I guess item E3, requested action on the Auburn property disposal, passed unanimously. Okay, so at this time I'd like to call on Commissioner Diana Perez to introduce our speakers.
With much pleasure. I'm excited to introduce two of my colleagues who are our guest speaker today. First is Sally Butts, who is our Regional Director for Recreation Funds and Minerals, and Assistant Deputy Director Tracy Calzon. Also working with Sally at our regional office for the Pacific Northwest Region Forest Service, USDA. I'm very excited to have you here. There's a lot that Washington State Parks and Recreation shares with Forest Service in partnership. You've heard the Winter Recreation Program. You've heard from landscape analysis and forest health, also wildlife monitoring, and so forth. So we both serve the same public. And so I hope that this is the beginning where we can move towards some type of summit in the future where we're bringing together forest supervisors and agencies to start sharing some of these challenges. So With that, I'd like to turn it over to Sally Butts and Tracy Kelbaum.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with all of you today. And on behalf of our regional forester, Glenn Casanassa, as well as the Pacific Northwest region, we're so glad to be able to have this time with you and share some remarks, and especially to hear questions that you have from us that we are able to answer. My current position is Director of Recreation, Lands, and Minerals, but that's only been for the past couple of months, and before that I was Chief of Staff for the region. So if you have questions sort of that are a little out of the scope of maybe the current topics we're going to go through, I'm happy to answer as best I can with any other subject areas with my background there. Diana was kind enough to share some topics that are of interest to the Commission, and I thought I would go through and share on a couple of those, as well as Tracy will share, and then have time for questions. So I think it's well known that the President has issued a mandate for federal employees to be vaccinated, and the deadline for federal employees, and this is our USDA Forest Service direction, our deadline to be fully vaccinated as federal employees is November 22nd, so that's imminent. And we have been going through a lot of the process of how to do that and to have a mechanism for reasonable accommodations for those that are claiming a religious or medical reasonable accommodation. So that process is in the works. And what I can say is we had a meeting recently with our Associate Chief, Angela Coleman, as well as other Washington office leaders. And my perspective from that is the agency and department are really, I think, going to pretty impressive lengths to make sure anybody that is not fully vaccinated or planning to is given all the due diligence and consideration and extensions, I think, of time and consideration. We are not interested in losing federal employees, and so I think the agency and department are being very deliberate about those that are not certifying that they're fully vaccinated for whatever reason that they have, and the consideration there, I think, is I felt quite impressive given the challenges that our whole country is facing with the pandemic. And so with this process and the deadline, we do know that there will be some employees that will, after the process, and if they have submitted a reasonable accommodation, that if for some reason that isn't approved or they aren't responsive to the mandate, that we will lose some federal employees. And to the extent we don't know, we do know of a few employees who already have either resigned or are signaling that they're planning to. So we will have capacity issues. I think it will hit in certain geographies and certain subject areas within the agency and department, and what that really looks like is anybody's guess. We know that the Washington office and department are processing those reasonable accommodation requests. So we're very mindful of capacity issues as we go forward, and are I think be very deliberate about those that are for whatever reason unable to certify that they're fully vaccinated. Switching subjects, I think management of increased visitor use is also another topic identified. It's just every, I think, day we are in meetings and addressing issues around the crowds that we're seeing on public lands, whether it's Forest Service or other public lands, and how best to address the numbers of people and to make sure data from that from 2016 to 2020 shows about an average of 168 million recreation visits to national forests on average per year. I think the more compelling statistic is we've seen an increase of over 18.2 million recreation visits from 2019, so that's a 12.1% increase approximation. And most of that increased visitor use is seen in dispersed wilderness and backcountry settings. And we also are seeing a lot of different users that because of the pandemic and some of the economic considerations as a result of that, we're seeing lots of new users, inexperienced users, and trying out different types of activities. And that's all great, but it also comes with challenges in terms of managing crowds and making sure that folks that are recreating are able to understand sort of the different policies in place and what things are allowed and what things might be restricted given different conditions and settings. And we have really been engaged lately in conversations and through the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission and Western Washington tribes on the impacts to treaty rights and tribal resources. And those conversations they're very interesting, as you would imagine, and I think there have been some, somewhat uncomfortable points that are made between the agency, the tribes, and the commission. And I remind myself that when we're having those uncomfortable, points or discussion topics, that's when we're really getting into some of the issues that we need to resolve. And so I actually appreciate that we're really diving into the real issues and looking for solutions together on how we can make things better. And so Tracy and I, just a day or two ago, had a conversation with John Snyder, the policy advisor for Governor Inslee on outdoor recreation, and had a really good dialogue about these issues and some of the, whether it's tribal or non-tribal recreation impact concerns. Some of that conversation that we had with John revolved around having more long-term planning, looking at expected future use, and sort of planning for the future, as well as having quantifiable data of what those impacts are. That's really important. And I shared some of the visitor use information and data that we collect, but that's just one piece of it. And so we can certainly improve considerably on the data that we have in terms of impacts. And then something that we'll always be doing and have been doing is having specific localized solutions, working from a national forest unit level with the surrounding tribes and the issues that are coming up there. And so the president just, I think on the 15th of this month, came out with a tribal co-stewardship initiative that has a lot of touch with recreation. And so we are just really getting into the detail of that. It's great to see the support for tribes and what intersection there is with recreation, but I think that's all good for non-tribal interests as well. So I'm very anxious to continue that work and really hear from the state, the agencies, and other federal partners in terms of how we can make that better, really working hand in hand with tribes and with non-tribal public. And then one more topic, mindful of time, is we have three really nice problems in front of us. Money that is coming to us from Congress. I say it's a good problem to have. We have the Great American Outdoors Act, which is already legislatively passed, as well as infrastructure funding and disaster stimulus money, really related to the 2020 wildfires in western Oregon. But it's broader than that, where it's really covering not just that particular season, but even hurricanes in the southeast and so forth. So with those three pieces of legislation, one already in play, and the other two that are just waiting for sort of the ink to dry in terms of the money that will be coming to the Forest Service. We are really mindful of the capacity issues to be able to spend that money, whether it is through agreements, partners, contracts, or in-house, how we're able to be positioned well to spend that money on the things that Congress intended us to spend that money for. And so I think in Region 6, Pacific Northwest region, we're really starting to show some pretty credible accomplishments around implementing the Great American Outdoors Act, and seeing data just yesterday in an internal meeting on where we're able to fix roads, bridges, and other recreation facilities, as well as beyond the recreation scope. These are things that have been on the books for so long, and it's just heartwarming to see that we're getting to be able to fix some of these facilities that benefit so much of the public. And so really the capacity issue is on our mind to be successful in spending all that money. And so I say it's a good problem to have. It's wonderful to be able to address some of these issues. So that's what I would share, and just really to thank you for your time and the partnership that we have with the state of Washington, all the agencies that are part of managing recreation, and we depend on working with all of our partners so much for the work that we do on the National Forest. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Tracy to fill in any things that I missed, and also address the diversity, equity, and inclusion topic that was also raised by the commission.
Thanks, Sally. For those who don't know me, I'm Tracy Calzon. I'm the Assistant Director for Recreation, Lands, and Minerals, and I oversee programs for recreation, trails, wilderness, wild and scenic rivers, heritage, and special recreation special uses. I recently came into this position in the regional office overseeing those programs for 17 national forests in Oregon and Washington, from the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest right here in southwest Washington State, where I was the recreation staff officer for 8 years. And in fact, side note, the last time I was in this room in uniform was with Smokey Bear at my side to announce National Get Outdoors Day and the governor's proclamation of Get Outdoors Month for the state of Washington. So it's a fun throwback. Anyway, thanks for the opportunity to speak here. We should have actually started with kind of an introduction of national forests in the state of Washington. There are 5 national forests that are exclusively in the state of Washington, and 2 additional units that cross over into the state of Oregon as well. And as I think you all can guess, they contribute millions and millions, if not billions of dollars to the state of Washington's economy. And I have a fact sheet on that, but I don't have it with me. So I'm going to send it to your communications director, and she will share it with you after we go on our way. But I was asked to speak to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and so I'll touch on a couple things that we are doing for the National Forests staff and our partners and our visiting public right now, although acknowledging there's so much more left to do. So the first thing I'll touch on is with the advent of COVID, or with the pandemic, as you know, as Sally mentioned, there's so many more people in the woods, people that have never experienced the National Forest before. And even walking around the parks and trails and forests here in southwest Washington, near Portland, it is a much more diverse group of folks that I saw even 3-5 years ago, which is very heartwarming to see. And with that, unfortunately, we have noticed an uptick in observations of our field-going staff of behavior on the part of other members of the public that is not welcoming, unkind, cruel, in some cases objectively racist. So our field staff are asking what tools can we provide? We need tools in order to create a safe space and a welcoming space for all of our visiting publics. And they feel as though they don't have the tools needed and the language needed to push back on publics that are not behaving behaving in a way that we would consider welcoming and inclusive. So we have this year embarked on a tiered set of trainings and workshops for every level of the organization, starting, actually, it has recently started just this month, first with our law enforcement officers and our regional leadership team, which will be going to diversity, equity, and inclusion workshops and training around language and leadership in this space for their all their staff that are under them and report to them. From there, we'll tier down to the district rangers, who are the leads of the field and the field-going staff, and the recreation staff officers who manage programs and budget across the region. And this is with Dr. Maddox, who is a leader in diversity, equity, inclusion, tools, and training. And then the final level, and this is difficult timing, but it's also necessary because it's for field-going staff, will be in spring and summer of right before field season next year, in order to get them the language and tools. Verbal judo is one thing. It's one type of training that has raised itself a number of times. So these are like for our frontliners and for our seasonal employees who are the hardest to reach because they're not with us all year long, but are the people who potentially need it the most. So that's one step that we're taking with our internal employees, to give them language around the public and at leadership levels to help encourage and lead into this space, to create a welcoming set of public lands for all. And I would be eager to talk about what the state parks are doing in that space as well, because it's the same public, as Sally mentioned, that is visiting all of us, and it's often difficult for them to tell the difference. So it's important to carry the messages, and Recreate Responsibly Coalition of Washington has really been important and vital to doing that for forests, as well as I think state parks as well. The other thing that I would mention is that we're working on a sign campaign to have signage at each of the recreation sites, or at least our most frequently visited recreation sites and campgrounds and trailheads, that declare that this is that the public lands in the national forest are spaces that are for all. And we are working on the particular language around that and getting buy-off from the regional forester as well as our national office. This is something that the rec staff that are field going have asked for, because we have these signboards in our campgrounds and our trailheads, and there are some signs that say Equal Opportunity Commission and the Equal Justice for All, and those are all, and a lot of it's in really fine writing. That's all important, but we're looking for stickier messages that are impactful and that people will see and understand, and that our rec staff and campground staff and concessionaires who run our sites can point to if they observe or hear about poor behavior. So those are a couple things that we're trying to do with our folks. And then we also have a number of programs with partners that we seek to, that we really are working with partners. We are not necessarily the best at diversity, equity, inclusion. We're working at it, but we really need the expertise and the experience of our partners who speak specifically to BIPOC communities and communities of color, Indigenous, and Black. And so I want to really say that we have organizations, programs like the Resource Assistant Program. One of our partners in the Resource Assistant Program, which is a way into the federal government, is with Mobilized Green, who works specifically with communities of color and with other underserved communities for the Forest Service, to bring them in, not only to be to experience the national forest, but also to be a part of our agency as employees versus resource assistants, and then there's an employment opportunity. So we're working on expanding access to programs like those. That's just one example. Mindful of time, it's 1:21, so I do want to have, I could say a whole lot about Great American Outdoors we have been learning a lot. The capacity issue is real. I'm hopeful that we can, that there may be opportunities to partner with state parks in some areas for, to expand our shared capacity, especially in areas where we have priority work that serves both of us, like what are your priorities for access to your sites that also reach our sites, and is there a way either through infrastructure or Great American Outdoors Act that we can target those roads or those recreation sites or those parking lots. So as I said, as Sally said, there's plenty of money. That money is not the problem. It's how is this work going to get done, and we cannot, the Forest Service cannot do it alone. So that, I think, is what I would like to share. And actually, there's just one other thing. So Good Neighbor Authority has been very effective in Washington State in terms of our timber or natural resources programs, and I really think that there's a window of opportunity there to have a GNA-like opportunity and partnership in the recreation space as well. So I think with that, Sally and I look forward to your questions and comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Tracy and Sally. And I know that earlier during lunch you both had an opportunity to meet with our very own Dr. John Scott, who is our head of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so that may be an opportunity for Dr. Maddox and Dr. Scott to collaborate and work together on this journey into diversity, equity, and inclusion. So at this time, I'll open up for any questions by fellow commissioners. Commissioner Danberg?
I have a question about your department name. These three things, land, minerals, and recreation. How do they go together, or do they, or are they managed separately, or what's the plan?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think sometimes the way agencies are organized is, broad history and not always, the only way that organizations can be put together. So recreation, lands, and minerals does have a lot of crossover. I think more in terms of lands and recreation. Minerals development sometimes can be at odds with recreation, depending on the project and so forth. But the lands piece of that, I think, connects up with the minerals part. So Region 6, Pacific Northwest region, isn't of all the regions of the Forest Service where there's heavy mineral development. And so it's a minor component of the work that we do. Although I just earlier today was working on some strategy for looking at some large mining sort of strike team that we're putting together so we can get some more attention on those projects. But it's really the lands piece is related to things like Land and Water Conservation Fund, which oftentimes is related to recreation resource acquisition. Really, it's the natural resource component of, I think, a lot of the recreation that is supported there. And so we also have different transactions between third parties or other agencies. We have one right now that's being considered in Northeast Washington that involves
Yeah, in regards to the verbal judo, we've had a program in place for about 20 years, and it's been real successful, and so we'd be happy to talk with you about that. Also implicit bias training, and though you didn't mention it, our peer support program is probably worth talking about as well. So we'd love to.
Thank you. I'll follow up with you.
Commissioner Preston.
So yesterday we had a presentation on the winter recreation program. You mentioned the parking lot leaders, and so there's one going in the Marble Mountain as a test pilot, and I was wondering where else those water units have those places, as well as the meeting stations, you know, search and rescue.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but are all the microphones turned on? I can't hear the speakers.
Can you hear me now, Commissioner Miller? Sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you. That's perfect.
Had it off there. So the winter recreation program with the new parking on machines at the Snow Pond being replicated at Marble Mountain, they had opportunities to expand on that, and then as well as our beeping stations for search and rescue. I know that we, at least Mount Adams, Mount St. Helens, opportunities to do that as well. And the other discussion was the role of the RAC and SMAC in terms of the winter recreation, but most importantly the increase. There were 3 emergency temporary snow parks that were opened by the state parks, and I'm wondering if you saw any of that emergency need on any Forest Service land and the ability to maybe partner on that level also. The creation of some of those rec trails, and then the recognition of some of the challenges with that. Again, going back to how we could share on that. So it's more of a comment on the winter recreation opportunities.
I'll just be general and you can provide some specifics. So I think, the winter recreation, there are issues with parking, and the crowds are showing up there. It's on our list actually to do some field visits after the holidays to see some of that in action. And the messaging, working with partners, and in terms of some of the tools I think that we're exploring, there's now a Central Oregon Cascades permit to be on some of the backcountry wilderness trails, and so we're learning from those efforts, and there are things that are working well and other things that will adjust, and not all the tools work in every place, and so we have to really tailor what things we're using to address, whether it's parking or trail use or search and rescue or things like that. So that's just a general overview. Tracy, you can share any details you want on that.
Well, I think we're out of time, but I do want to say that the Washington State Parks partnership with the Forest Service on snow parks is really special and important. And so I just want to express appreciation for that. And some of the issues that Sally is talking about are in the other state that we oversee. And I'm just really appreciative of Washington and that partnership. We'll just say that. And for the ticket spitters, the automated fee machines, I think down here at Marble Mountain, and there may be another one going on the other side of Mount St. Helens. And it's funny, that just crossed my desk this morning. There may be other opportunities, and there may be opportunities to partner with the state parks on that as well. So they wouldn't just necessarily be issuing Forest Service permit fees. They could potentially be a place where the state could issue tickets as well, or permits as well. So, passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just curious about the Good Neighbor Authority. That sounds really tricky.
Well, I'll just say really quickly, on my former unit, the Pinchot National Forest, the timber receipts were used, the state sold, the state sold timber on the Pinchot under an agreement, under GNA. The proceeds of those sales were used to then hire state employees who focused on that forest. So I believe there was an engineer and a silviculturalist in the offing. And I wonder if there's opportunity like that through not through timber necessarily, but through these other colors of money that we have coming in to do something like that and partner with the state in that capacity.
Mr. Brown?
If we have time, I have a question. In your strategic planning looking forward, does the Forest Service have any interest in, or plans, I should say, not interest, in expanding recreational opportunities within the national forest? And that, the point of that question is, they sort of in the ether out there among outdoor people, Forest Service is there to protect the forest and the animals, and there is backcountry, obviously, hiking and camping and that sort of thing. But it's not really there as a place to go recreate in a way in which national parks, state parks, and others. That's just, I don't even know if that's actually, maybe you would consider that to be true or not. But do you have any plans to expand access into the national forest? Because I know the demand is there. I know people that have gone, backcountry camping, and they have a site, but they look around and there are 15 people camping there that don't have permits that are, but they're out there to enjoy the space. Do you have any of those kind of expansion plans?
Yes, so that's a very good question and a very complicated question. And we were just on a meeting yesterday talking about our national recreation strategy in the agency. And so I think it depends a lot on the particular sites. Some of our areas, and it's not just Forest Service, get incredible amounts of use. And then other places are really just untapped. And I think with the Forest Service and full disclosure, I used to work with the Bureau of Land Management, overseeing especially designated lands. And I think both the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management, not speaking for the BLM, but my experience prior, is those recreation areas and those public lands, our public lands, are more open to how the public that's visiting wants to interpret those places that they visit, as opposed to, say, the National Park Service and national parks, which are highly interpreted for the most part. And so they're just different experiences, not better or worse, they're just different. And so I think there's a lot more that the public, depending on what anybody's interest is, activities, locations, and so forth, like they can have a very different experience on national forests than they would, say, in national parks. And so depending on location and types of activities, I think there can be that space for expansion. And we have more people visiting, so we do have to factor that in and accommodate the public. These are public lands, and that's our mission, is to manage these lands for present and future generations and for public, benefit. And so, through planning processes and so forth, that's a very deliberative public involvement process in terms of where we might expand or where we might have things like, time use. You're seeing all known falls, now you have to have a permit to park there at certain times of the year and certain times of the day. And so there's different tools for those where we do have record crowds. And I probably talk about too.
You want to be awesome where awesome matters most, my predecessor used to say. And that will kind of depend on the forest, looking forward, in addition to looking back at what infrastructure was there and was built there at the time, and may or may not still be sustainable or even still used, but also planning for the future to accommodate what we know is coming, what has been a trend even before COVID happened. And so it's not necessarily going to be a broad brushstroke. It may be in corridors, it may be forest wide on particular units, but again, we don't need to get bigger and grow everywhere, but we do want to be able to accommodate the uses where we know that they are and where they're coming. So thank you.
Thank you, Casey and Sally. I have a request from staff for a picture of the commission with both of you. So where would you like us to stand? Down here at the
Come
bottom?
on down right in front here.
Okay, so everybody can kind of gather in front.
And Commissioner Milner will Photoshop you into the picture.
The picture of him on the snowmobile.
With the dog.
Yeah.
That would be good if you're comfortable with that. Is it ready to go?
All right, so I guess we are on the agenda for some recognition. So we have a service pin. So I'm going to call on Assistant Director Mike Sternbeck.
I don't think that's on. You just announced it.
Okay, does this project? Yes, it's my pleasure to be here to recognize Dan Hahn for 35 years of experience with Washington State Parks. A long time. And Dan has been primarily in the maintenance program since he started with us. I've talked to you before about the growth of our maintenance program. When Dan started, there were about 5 specialized maintenance staff in the entire agency. Now we have well over 100, and Dan has been a real leader in that. And so I've known Dan, I said for 17 years, but he just told me we met earlier than that. But a pleasure to know Dan. And I think instead of running down the list of parks, I just wanted to point out that one of the things I've most appreciated about Dan is his leadership. He's really been a standout when it comes to leadership in the maintenance realm and in the agency as well. And a few of those examples that I had noted, Dan worked as a legislative liaison, or with legislative liaison, Fred Romero. For 1 year. We did that a few years out of that program during session. And so you got out of your maintenance garb and into a suit there for the winter. Dan has led our region maintenance crew in the Southwest region for about 8 years. He's also served as a peer support member, and so we've talked about that program and with traumatic incidents. Dan is one of the people that has served in that program since its inception. And then just playing a significant role in the overall leadership of the maintenance program, and that's our maintenance conferences, really building up kind of what does the program of maintenance look like for Washington State Parks. And I think that's really noteworthy, and I've always appreciated that about you, Dan. Also, Dan's not hesitant to come knocking on your door if he has something on his mind, and that's been great as well. It's not always easy to have insight into some areas, and it's been great to be able to communicate here together over the last 14 years. So with that, we want to present a plaque.
Dan, I get the honor, thank you so much for giving me the honor to present you with this wonderful certificate of your years of service. 35? 35. So you get two special. One of your service and one for the years of your service. And then you get 2 beautiful pins. And so I want to thank you for giving me the honor to present this to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
And Dan, did you have anything you wanted to say to give you that opportunity?
I really appreciate this, and really wanted to come
I'll let you know, I do appreciate my job for the last 35 years. When I received my 30-year pin, Commissioner Milner actually gave me my 30-year pin at a maintenance conference, which was great. I really appreciated that, coming to the maintenance conference. And so I always appreciated the management. They have been very welcoming to me for when I do have issues. Thank you, Marcy. Appreciate it.
Well, let's get you in the middle. Let's open this here. Show it off.
All right, so all right, congratulations, Dan, on 35 great years. Thank you for your dedication and service. So our next recognition is for Commissioner Perez, and I just want to say just a few words. Commissioner Perez, it's been a pleasure to have you on the commission and to work alongside you. You have brought, I believe, a very diverse and pragmatic approach to the commission, and you've challenged all of us to be better each day in the things that we do. And you've been a great partner, friend, and I think we've said this before, that it's bittersweet to know that we're losing you here in the near future, but we also know that there's some great things to come for you. Congratulations on your election to the Vancouver City Council. We know that you're going to do some wonderful things for the people in this city. So congratulations.
Well, I was asked to kick off this round of comments and congratulations and well dones and thank yous to Diana, and I'm happy to do that. I want to just say, and I know you'll all be relieved to hear this, that having been asked to do this at the dinner last night and having spoken at length about the amazing history, attributes, and accomplishments of somebody who I've grown enormously fond of, that you're going to get a very abbreviated version of that here today. And then I think a couple others of you have indicated an interest in perhaps saying a few words. I just want to say, and I know I can say this on behalf of not just your commission colleagues, but all of the Parks family, how grateful we are for your service, for your contribution, and especially for the opportunity that your interest in joining us and Governor Inslee's decision to appoint you has afforded us to work with you. And not just work with you, but learn from you. You know, I'm a 78-year-old white guy, and I can tell you, I feel like you've been my mentor, and I get a little emotional here. I've learned a lot from you. Sorry. And what I especially really love about this woman is she is always positive, right? You're always happy to see her. She's always constructive. She's always collaborative and really quite unflappable. None of which is ever going to be said about me, by the way. And I say that because I honestly, to God, I wish I was more like you. And I've just learned so much from you. And again, we're grateful. And as I said last night, Vancouver's gain is definitely our loss. But the citizens of Vancouver are really going to learn what a complete and total rock star you are. So I know that Commissioner Vowles wanted to say a couple words, and then anyone else that would like to, and then we'll make a little presentation and we'll get a group picture.
Sure, I just second Mark's as another 70-year-old white guy. Second Mark's comments as well. But what I told looking for the pathway forward, figuring it out and expressing that in a way that kind of people go, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So I'm going to miss her too, and I think she's been a real value added to the agency and to the commission. I think sitting up here on the dais with her, her here for the next how many years, 4 years, you're going to have a good time, and you're going to bring those skills to this body, and Vancouver's going to be better for it. So thank you for being here with us.
Anybody else like to make any comments? So I'd like to ask all of my commission colleagues and our director to please join me. Let me just ask, some of you may not know, but Commissioner Hawk was part of the group that came down here to meet Diana over 4 years ago to see if she had an interest. And Dawn came down with me, and we had a wonderful lunch. And Dawn, did you want to make any comments?
No, I just thought we had a rock star with the background, and it proved that we've made the right decision.
So would you all join me down here, please, for a picture, and we'll do a little presentation. This is just something to hang on her wall with a lot of photos of her and us, and a lot of, I'm sure, wonderful memories. And every time you're challenged at the Vancouver City Council level, she is going to look at this photo and she is going to say, what would Mark Brown do? What would Sophia Dannenberg do? What would Jay Inslee do, etc.? And so this is a thank you, Diana Perez, presented in recognition of your leadership and dedication to the Washington State Parks and Recreation Commission from 2018 to 21. And I love this. Best wishes and happy trails. So there you go. Any words?
Yes. First, I'll keep it brief, but first, two things. One, I'm so excited I get to share this moment with my colleagues with the agency. So thank you. And it is the 30 years of my public financial experience has prepared me to serve as commissioner. And so public service has always been in my DNA. And what better way to help our public than to give them my skills and my talent and my love for public lands. And what better training than to govern with 7 amazing minds together as one. There's no class or experience I could ever think of, especially the last year. And each one of you has been a mentor for me. I've learned so much, not just from you, but from the executive leadership team as well, as what true teamwork, hard work, dedication, love for our lands, because that's our life. Our public land is our life, it impacts our quality of living and our future. And so we are stewards of all that, and that takes love and compassion for each other. So thank you so much for allowing me to be part of your group, to learn from you. And so I'm excited about bringing it to the city of Vancouver, because you prepared me for it. Yes. Thank you for coming.
All right, so we have some
guides, web edits, etc., and is an amazing asset to the Information Center team. Thanks, Ariel, for always going above and beyond. And that is Ariel Ryan for Visitor Services.
I have Patrick Sin Movia, Beacon Rock. Patrick went above and beyond normal duties on a day that we were short 3 staff members. On this day, we had a completely full park, a search and rescue, a trail closure, and 2 weddings in the park. We were able to complete all tasks safely and without visitors knowing we were short-staffed. Patrick was a huge part of our success.
And I have Rachel Burke, also at Beacon Rock, and apparently that was quite the day, but Rachel also went above and beyond her normal duties on that day. They were short 2 staff members, they had a completely full park, the search and rescue, the trail closure, 2 weddings. We were able to complete the task safely without visitors knowing we were short staffed. Rachel was a huge part of our success. Congratulations.
All right, so that concludes our Gold Star presentations. So at this time, we have on our agenda item E4, Blue Mountain Area Classification and Management Planning Project, preliminary recommendations, and I will call on Assistant Director Peter Herzog to make any introductions.
So I'll remind the Commission that this process, classification and management planning process, has been going on quite some time. It's survived through a pandemic. We made it out the other side, and here we are now at the preliminary recommendation stage of our normal 4-stage process. So that's our penultimate stage before we bring you final recommendations. So this is a good chance for us to be able to tell you about the planning process and where we're headed, and then get some additional tweaks and input from the Commission as we go for bringing it all together for a final decision, hopefully in January.
That's correct.
And so this is so we're going to have a busy holiday season as we bring this into our landing here in a couple months. So with us are Laura Moxham and Melinda Posner, who have been co-leads working together on this project, and they're going to give us the preliminary recommendation report. So I'll turn it over to Laura.
I'll start it off. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, executive leadership team. Melinda and I are very excited to be here with you this afternoon to provide you the update on the preliminary recommendations for these parks. I would like to point out that Scott Griffith and Audrey Sims are both virtually in attendance on this item and are happy to participate in any question and answer after the presentation. I'd like to direct your attention to item E4 in your packets. Hold on. Last time I provided an update on this camp was in January of 2019, following most of the outreach in stage 1 of the camp process. We have followed up with several real estate committee updates since that time and are now here today to provide an update, and we anticipate coming back to you in January for decision. Order of information this afternoon includes a quick overview of the camp process, our collaboration with our tribal work group. Then going through each of the parks individually, we will be happy to answer any questions you have at the end of the presentation. So we started this process with public meetings in 2017 with feedback about key issues at all 3 of these parks. We developed alternative approaches to address these issues. We held a virtual public meeting in December of 2020 on the alternatives, and from that crafted our preliminary recommendations. We just held 3 public meetings on the preliminary recommendations in October and early November. With your input today, we'll be developing a final recommendation for you to consider at your January meeting. As a quick review, there are 3 products of our classification and management plan, the first of which is the land classification for a park. We have 6 land classifications listed here from least to most restrictive. The colors are significant because they are the colors we use on the actual maps themselves. The top 4 classifications are what are being proposed at the 3 parks. I'll quickly review them. Recreation areas and resource recreation are classifications that allow for our most active intensity recreation uses. Recreation, which is in the pink, is where we put things like campgrounds and picnic shelters, or there are places expected to be used by a lot of people. With the resource rec, it is intended for low and medium intensity recreational uses that are focused on the natural or cultural resources of the park. So you'll see things like trails, for example, in resource rec areas. Heritage classifications recognizes and designates places for preservation, restoration, and interpretation. This could be for unique or unusual archaeological, historical, scientific, and/or cultural features, as well as traditional cultural properties, which are of statewide or national significance. And lastly, our natural areas in orange are places that allow for a lower intensity recreational use, where the primary focus is on preservation and interpretation of our natural resources or features of significant ecological or geological value. The second product of CAMP is the long-term park boundary for each park. And for each of these parks this afternoon, we will go through the proposed long-term boundary and explain why property is included in the long-term boundary, or on the flip side, being proposed to be surplus. Both of these products of CAMP are what we are focusing on this afternoon and what you will be making a final decision on in January. The third product of our CAMP, and really the culmination of this entire public process, is the Park Management Plan. That is, this is a document that is drafted in response to the issues and concerns that are expressed throughout the process and outlines how the agency intends to manage natural and cultural resources and recreational opportunities within a park. This document is drafted after you approve land classification and long-term boundary maps for these parks and is signed by our State Parks Director. With this CAMP, we recognized early on that these parks, specifically Palouse Falls and Lions Ferry, are significant sites to multiple tribes. The Palouse River Canyon is a central focus of an origin story for the tribes, and the landscape itself is significant. So with that, we established the Washington State Palouse Falls Tribal Work Group in 2018, consisting of members of state park staff and representatives from each of the 4 tribes listed on the screen. This was, at the time, keeping with an agency-wide initiative to build relationships with tribes at the outset of planning and regulatory processes. And we met and coordinated with this established work group throughout each stage of the CAMP, and the preliminary recommendations before you this afternoon incorporate their feedback. The ultimate hope is that we continue working with this tribal work group to build relationships and coordinate activities well beyond this current planning process. We've also come to better understand the significance of these parks to the tribes. Specifically, Palouse Falls and Lions Ferry are both included in a traditional cultural property, which is referred to as a TCP. The significance of a TCP site is based upon historical cultural beliefs, customs, or practices which may or may not continue to the present day. This map shows the Blue Mountain Management Area, which our 3 parks are located within. Melinda will provide and start us off with the update on Lewis and Clark Trail preliminary recommendations.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon. Lewis and Clark Trail Park is a 36-acre camping park with 1,300 feet of freshwater shoreline along the Touchy River. It's located about halfway between Dayton and Waitsburg, with park property on both sides of Highway 12. The park is a popular destination for visitors from the Tri-Cities area, which is a little over an hour away. In 2020, there were 4,900 overnight visitors and 35,000 day-use visitors. And I just want to point out that in the report, there's a number that says day-use is about 65, and I just confirmed that 2020 data is 35,000 for day-use, for an overall attendance of just under 40,000. With the Touchy River running along its northern boundary and the abundance of trees, the park is a welcome oasis in the hot, dry, windy summers. The north side of Highway 12 houses the campground, including a group campsite, comfort station, administrative offices, and a nature trail which meanders along the Touche River. The south side is for day use and includes restroom, historic structures, interpretive displays, and a large green area for picnicking and open play. Flooding is one of the biggest issues at the park. This slide shows flooded areas on both the north and south sides of Highway 12, including the 4 walk-in campsites on the north, which is seen in the top left photo, and the historic restroom facility and picnic area on the south. More photos of flooding, particularly on the south side, are included in the handout. The flooding problem is compounded by drainage issues on adjacent properties owned by the county, the Department of Transportation, and private property owners. The county's already made some improvements, and we're seeing less runoff coming into the park on the west. DOT intends to do the same. We're working collaboratively to address this problem, and those actions combined with the proposed capital project to replace the existing culvert should make a big difference. Highway 12 creates a natural barrier between the overnight and day use areas, as well as a safety issue for pedestrians and motorists. Motorists travel at high speeds, and there's limited space for acceleration and deceleration when vehicles enter and exit the park. The existing campsites are small, lack privacy, and cannot accommodate the largest of recreational vehicles. The historic structures and interpretive facilities on the day use side of the park represent opportunities for improvement, since they lack a common theme, design, and range of stories that reflect the history of the area. Expanded and new day use activities could attract visitors for more than what has become somewhat of a rest stop stay. This is on the south side. Taking into account the issues and opportunities, the vision for Lewis and Clark Trail State Park is to improve and expand the park to serve the ever-increasing demand for recreation with a diverse mix of overnight accommodations, including a variety of price points, and expanded trail and water access opportunities. Here is the preliminary recommendation showing the proposed land classification and long-term boundary. The yellow lines represent the existing park boundary and show how the park is bisected by Highway 12, with the existing campground on the north and the day use area to the south. The areas beyond the yellow boundary on the north side, to the east and the west, represent proposed future long-term boundary for the park. On the north side, the pink and blue land classifications represent a continuation of the existing camping area and trail along the river. These uses would continue, and with the proposed expansion areas to the east and west, will allow development of more campsites, including space for larger recreational vehicles, and retaining and expanding the different types of accommodations, from more rustic to more luxury experiences. The resource recreation classification along the river will allow for more water access opportunities, wading, fishing, and hand-launched boating, as well as extension of the existing trail along the river. On the south side of Highway 12, we're crossing that highway now, the hatch lines identify this property for surplus, but we would only consider this if the vision for the north isn't realized. Again, the vision for the north being this expanded long-term boundary. In this future version, a potential property owner such as the DOT could operate the day use area as a more official highway rest stop. That's one possibility. Another option is to continue and improve the day use opportunities in this area with the flooding improvements and facility upgrades, and link it more safely to the north side with a new trail that would provide safe pedestrian flow under the highway and along Highway 12 into the day use park area. So here's the Touche River continuing its flow, and it goes under the highway here, and there's potentially room to take pedestrians under the highway, traverse along DOT property through an easement and enter the park. We've been in communication with property owners to the east and west, and they're enthusiastic about the opportunity for expansion. Our 3 public meetings during Phase 3 drew several comments for Lewis and Clark Trail, including how we address that ingress and egress on Highway 12, and support for more camping. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, so we will move on to Palouse Falls State Park. The park is a 105-acre park that offers viewpoints and interpretive opportunities from 3 different locations within the park. It offers primitive camping right next to the parking lot and ball toilet and picnicking opportunities. It is really a hidden gem in our park system. It's amazing when you drive out there. It is completely flat, and you drive down the county road and you drop into this magical park with a magnificent waterfall awaiting to be discovered. And the experience is breathtaking, the view of the falls. And so it is truly one of our most unique parks in our system that has statewide significance. It is designated as the state waterfall as of 2014. And it's also grown to have national significance as well in terms of its geology and being carved out by the Ice Age floods. It is clearly a destination park that one must be intentional when you drive in order to go see it. It is located in both Franklin and Whitman counties. And part of understanding how we arrived at the preliminary recommendations for this park, it's important to understand some of the issues this park has been facing over the last 50 years, which has been primarily driven by the increase in visitation and overuse. The park itself has not seen much in the way of facility upgrades, and yet since 2010, visitation has doubled, going from 85,000 annually to 170,000 people, most of which come during the high peak flow months, typically during the spring. We do not expect visitation to decrease. In fact, our population continues to increase in Washington State. Therefore, these issues will continue to worsen if steps aren't taken now to protect the park for future generations. The key issues have been outlined in the agenda item in Appendix 4. I will briefly run through the key issues, but hope not to spend a lot of time talking about them over the next 6 slides or so. I primarily want to show you the visuals so you can visually see the issues that we are seeing at the park. The first key issue is visitor safety. This is a very remote park with limited cell coverage. Services for food and water are at a minimum 5 miles down the highway. In the event of an emergency, you are at least an hour or more from a hospital in Dayton. The terrain is remote and rugged. Park visitors often come unprepared for the terrain and the heat. And ignore the many signs of warning of the dangers of falling from the steep cliffs and loose rocks. Parks partners with local emergency services every year to respond to emergency situations, which have resulted in fatalities in the park from falling off cliffs and drowning in the plunge pool. Every year, there are typically around 4 life flight rescue operations that occur at the park. The cost of these rescues at this remote park is high, and funding is a concern. The park currently provides the best views of the falls from the 3 designated viewpoints within the park, yet visitors continue unsanctioned activities, scrambling up or down steep and unstable rocks and slopes to get a better view and get to the water. In addition to public safety issues, these significant cultural and geological areas face continued natural resource damage. These are visuals showing the graffiti removal project work as described in the agenda item. This visual shows the sprawl across the top of the falls and visitors climbing the Castle Rock. Some Native Americans reference the rock as Coyote's puppies from their origin story, underscoring the cultural significance of this area. This too has been vandalized, and because of its location next to the main falls, it is too dangerous to clean. This behavior shows a general lack of knowledge and respect of the landscape and for the TCP. Overall, the result is a severely diminished recreational experience. The planning process has identified the need for more education and interpretation at the park as it relates to the significance of the landscape to tribal nations, the story of their creation, and educating visitors on the TCP in general. Our interpretive program is working with our established tribal work group to interpret the origin story at the park to begin with. Natural resource damage at the park is quite extensive. These aerials show the scarring of the landscape because of the many social or unsanctioned trails at the park. And finally, we come to access and parking. This too is a big issue at the park. Parking at Blues Falls is not sufficient to accommodate visitor use on busy spring weekends. It's not uncommon to see vehicles backed up to Highway 261, and they could have a 1 to 2 hour wait time to get into the park. In addition, these backups prevent emergency vehicular access into the park if and when needed. So as visitor use has increased over time, we have responded with management improvements to address these issues. We've allocated more staff to the park aides and the park ranger 1. We've increased training. We've hosted county rescue training at the park, and we've purchased emergency equipment for emergency responders to utilize, and we store that equipment at the park. We have installed a radio repeater to increase law enforcement and rescue radio capacity and added cell boosters out there. We've purchased a rescue drone as well to aid in communications with those visitors that are in remote areas of the park and to communicate with them to aid in the rescue. And after fatalities in the park in 2018, we implemented safety measures that included installing fencing at the park and stronger messaging. You can see the alignment of the safety fencing on the red on this aerial view here on the south side. And at each of the portals are stronger safety messaging. We did also, we did put up LED signage along the road to alert visitors for issues at the park. Additional signage on the highway for no parking and multiple media releases. These are just a few of the management prescriptions we implemented over time to deal with some of these key issues. So, with all things considered, that brings us to the vision for Palouse Falls. The vision of the park is one where visitors can experience quiet contemplation and appreciation of the landscape and its cultural and geologic history. This vision includes renaming it as a state park's heritage site, recognizing the significant cultural history of the Palouse River Canyon, and that this is a special place. To accomplish this vision, the park will become a scenic overlook park where visitors can expect passive recreational opportunities to view the falls and landscape at designated multiple viewpoints. It will only be open for day use activities. To protect the visitor experience, prioritize safety, and protect the resources, methods will be considered to manage visitation at the park, which could include a future online registration system. So I'd like to talk about the long-term boundary first, and the next slide I will go over land classification. The long-term boundary recommendation is actually quite extensive in that we are proposing to increase the park from 105 acres to over 700 acres. The intent is to provide opportunities for additional parking, trails, and viewpoints. However, the majority is for viewshed protection. The county road leading into the park is included in the long-term boundary so that would allow us future co-management of the road, and we could continue to work with Franklin County on that. The black circle that you see indicates a potential future orientation center. The intent of an orientation center would be to provide visitors an opportunity to stop right off of the highway, purchase passes, enjoy some interpretive opportunities, and get up-to-date safety information at the park. At this point, it's concept only, so it's a floating bubble. The actual design and location have not yet been determined. There is also a proposed vehicular turnaround that would be close to the highway as well to avoid those backups at the park. So if the parking lots are full, visitors can turn around and head south, perhaps down to Lions Ferry. Now we can take a deeper dive on the proposed land classification and what that means. The existing developed area of the park, we are proposing heritage classification. So this is the county road leading into the park, and we are proposing heritage classification along with the top of the bluff. Heritage recognizes the cultural significance of the park and allows for interpretive kiosks, signage, pathways, as well as scenic viewpoints and hiking. The intent in the heritage area is to provide a scenic overlook experience. We propose to maintain and improve the 3 existing viewpoints within the park, as well as enhance our interpretation within the developed footprint. We heard the primitive camping, would revert to day use. And we did hear from visitors that they want more trails at the park. So we propose to formalize a loop trail to viewpoints on the bluff. The remaining lands on the bluff would be restored to the natural shrub steppe landscape, and visitors would be expected, to stay on designated trails. When you look west of the railroad tracks, you can see the extension of the proposed heritage classification. So as Melinda mentioned, our existing park boundary is highlighted in the yellow. I'm sure it's a little bit harder to see on this screen. And the bolder colors is existing ownership. Everything outside that's lighter in color are included in that proposed long-term boundary. So when you're looking west in the lighter yellow shade, it is an extension of our heritage classification, and that is to protect the viewshed leading up to the top of this plateau on the west side. And this classification allows for trails and interpretation. So which brings me to our pink, our active recreation classification. This is an existing ownership, and this provided for some overflow parking. Provides for overflow parking currently at the park. The proposal is that we would expand this for the entire plateau as well as up to the north to allow for some additional parking, flush toilets, and trails to scenic viewpoints with additional interpretation opportunities. And so then when you look at the rest of the land classification to all the lands outside of the heritage and recreation classification to the north, to the east, and to the south are either classified natural area in our existing ownership or proposed to be included as natural area in our long-term boundary. So all of this here is natural area. The primary reason is to protect the natural resources and the geological significance of the park. There is no proposed public access in these areas, with the exception of a special activity and/or research permit to access the upper falls. The intent would be to restore the landscape to its original unaltered state to protect for future generations. In our public meetings, we heard a range of comments, including leave the park alone, support for trails and visitor safety, and support to improve interpretation of the park so that the public better understands the tribal significance of the site. There are also public comments that have been attached as part of your agenda item as well. So now I will move on to Lions Ferry State Park. 5 miles south of Palouse Falls, this is a 168-acre day-use only park that State Parks manages on behalf of the Army Corps of Engineers. It is a beautiful park on the confluence of the Snake and Palouse rivers that offers boating, swimming, a hand launch area, fishing, picnicking, and interpretive opportunities. It has a rich history. It was a site of a Palouse Indian village that is still used today by Native Americans. It was named after a ferry that operated there from the mid-1860s to the 1960s when the bridge was built. And the old ferry is still located on site today. The key issues at this park revolve around federal ownership and cultural significance. As with Palouse Falls, Lions Ferry is part of the same TCP, and there is a higher level of acknowledgement regarding the significance of the landscape to multiple tribal nations. With the park being federally owned and leased by state parks, any action requiring ground disturbance involves working closely with the Corps of Engineers, even for day-to-day operational maintenance of the park. We also have a funded capital project at the park for a design permit of reestablishing camping at the existing campground in the park. The application for that has been submitted to the Corps and is currently under review. So with those considerations in mind, the vision for Lions Ferry is to protect the cultural significance of this area while continuing to provide active recreation in designated locations in a sensitive way. With that, the park would serve as a complement to Palouse Falls, which offers a scenic passive recreation experience. Lions Ferry is where one would go for camping, boating, swimming, and other active recreation. So here's a preliminary recommendation for Lions Ferry. It includes only 2 land classifications. It's much more straightforward. There is no proposed extension of our long-term boundary of this park. What you will notice is that the majority of the developed park is classified recreation area, which is the pink. This is the park road coming in. As you enter the park, it includes the roadway into the park, the existing day use. This is where the swim beaches, picnicking opportunities, the road going down into the boat launch, and also the proposed campground. There used to be camping when we operated the park in the early 70s to 2002. We did manage the park for overnight accommodations. When we returned the park to the Corps, that slowly deteriorated and camping was no longer offered. We took the park over, managed the park, took management over in 2015, and at that time we only opened it up for day use only. So what you will notice is the other section to the north that is recreation, that's where our maintenance facilities are located, as well as staff housing and a maintenance road. And the remainder of the park is being proposed heritage classification. And again, in recognition of the cultural heritage of the site. The existing uses within that are the hand launch and a vault toilet, as well as visitors can access the levee for fishing and picnicking. We envision including designated water access points from the campground so that overnight visitors can easily access the waters of the Snake in sensitive ways if we can find an appropriate location to do so. The heritage area does recognize the TCP, so the intent would be to limit public access to the north and restore the shrub steppe environment and restore any social trails that were that have been established. So we did hear comments in stage 3 of our camp regarding Lions Ferry, including a support for a range of camping opportunities from tent to full hookup sites. There was expressed appreciation to preserve our straight state treasures. There was a question raised about potential, had we thought about changing the name of Lions Ferry? And then operationally, at the last meeting we held, there was a request to address the lack of restroom facilities serving the boat launch area, again highlighting some of the challenges of this park being federally owned. So the next steps, we are accepting comment through the end of November. We will have another meeting with the tribal work group prior to coming to you in January for a decision. And we sincerely appreciate your time this afternoon, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, so I have a couple questions. Ron, any questions?
So, first of all, I want to congratulate the two of you on this staff report. We benefit from a lot of wonderful staff reports. This is another example, and I love reading these just because of the history on education, the challenges and opportunities. This was one that I would actually like to have gone to one of the outreach public input meetings, but I'm not sure I was notified. If I was, I missed it. But in any event, I do have a few questions, and some of these I think would be of interest to my colleagues as well. So, and they don't require long answers either, by the way. So, but let's start on page 1 of the staff report. I'm just curious, under the Blues Falls category, do you by any chance happen to know who donated the property to us? Where did we get it from? And these don't have to be answered right now. I'm happy to take answers later. Not sure.
Yes, no, I believe it was the Holiday family and the McGregor family.
Wow, the privately owned waterfall. Interesting. On page 3, at the top under public input, recognizing that the staff report, I think, was submitted on November 2nd, and these meetings were on the 8th and 9th. I'm just curious how many people showed up in Dayton and Britsfield.
That's an excellent question. Thank you for asking. Dayton, we had 6. And in Ritzville, we had 2, plus Commissioner Connolly attended.
Oh, excellent.
Making it 3. Thank you, Commissioner.
On the middle of page 3, I have a question on TCP, and I think this is actually, Commissioner Dannenberg, a question I asked you, or we talked about a couple of meetings ago. Just wondering if you knew the answer to. But I'm curious about TCP status. Who confers that designation? I understand the significance of it, how it could be part of the building blocks to get you to national register status. But who, if I have a piece of property or something that I think is a traditional cultural property, who do I go to and say, give me that designation?
That's an excellent question.
Well, I think one of the answers is that you would be able to. That's TCP is forwarded by a tribal government.
Okay, so the tribal government then is the only ones that are eligible to make a nomination, so to speak, for this designation. So then the question still is, who are they making that nomination to?
And TCP is, and I don't know if it's the Secretary of the Interior that makes those official designations.
It is.
I know that.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's the same as the National Register of Historic Places.
All right, so this is a Department of Interior.
And actually, I do know the Blues Falls and Lions Ferry was negotiated between the Corps and the tribes. So it may be a federal entity, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure of the process.
So at least what we would agree on is a federal designation.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Go to, let's see, this is out of order. It actually is page 21, but I'm sure my colleagues all caught this too. So one of the things that we're thinking about is changing the name of the entire Palouse Falls State Park to Palouse Falls Heritage Park. And I'm not going to come to the dance opposed to that, but I just have some concerns about that. Because the park today and the park in 20, 30 years, our vision, if it aligns with what you're thinking now, is going to grow substantially. It's going to include, as I recall, there will be heritage areas, there will be natural areas, and there'll be recreation areas in terms of the land classification. So the vision for the park is bigger than just the falls. And I also noticed in the appendix, and I don't have that page number, but the appendix, which is our policy on park naming, it makes the point that a heritage, Washington State Heritage Park designation doesn't have to be the entirety of the park. It can be a subset of the park. So this again doesn't have to be the answer today, but maybe there's interest. I'm just wondering, my thought is that we should go ahead with the designation of a subset inside the bigger footprint of the park that is a heritage designation, but leave the name of the park to Palouse Falls State Park. I've got a couple more, but do you want to
Bob Brooke, any thoughts on that?
I'm happy to take feedback.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so
I think the
So I
guess it's a legitimate comment to consider it a subset of the park could be designated that way.
I think one of the things that we've been trying with the naming here, so we used to have a park classification system, which are sort of the name of the park. Then we went to a land classification system, which had areas within. When we came around and started the discussion of park naming this last time around, I think it was 6 or 7 years ago, Daniel Barber, you remember, brought this item to us. This is more of an outward-facing name so that the public knows what they're getting into, why they're going to a park. It's more of a marketing, I think that term loosely, but more of a, so that the public can see a short trip from the name what to expect there. And I think that's why staff is kind of going to, you're really going there to take in the cultural aspects of it, and to see the fall and understand its cultural and historic significance.
Well, and as I said, I'm not opposed to it, but I want us to think about it. Name changes. Okay.
And can I clarify, Commissioner Brown? It would go from Palouse Falls State Park to Palouse Falls State Park Heritage Site.
Correct, yeah. So, also, I just wanted to mention to you one anecdotal that I think Peter's aware of this. I received an email, I believe it was, from a woman who was on a tour with a group of seniors who said that the road from the highway into the parking lot was so bad that they literally were physically uncomfortable. And I shared that, and I learned in that process, and you confirmed in your report that that's a county road, not our road. But I know you've got parking identified as an issue there, and I think we also need to acknowledge that the road surface going into the park is also an issue, even though it's not our property. And there may, just bear with me, there's just a couple more. On page 13 of the staff report, the lease for the Army Corps of Engineers, again, we all know that this is not property we own, that we had a lease, we ended the lease, now we've negotiated a new lease, and it's a new world for us in terms of that park and our responsibilities there. But how long is the term of the current lease?
Ooh, that is a good question. I'm not sure I know that offhand.
Well, your answers are good because you said all my questions are excellent. Good. Again, I don't need an answer right now, but I don't know. Do we do these things for 10 years?
I think it's a 40-year lease.
40-year lease? So if it's not 40 years, just let me know.
Yeah.
And I think there's one more on the top of the next page, page 14. And I think everyone here would be interested in your answer to this. So this says that goes into the history at Lyons Ferry and talks about the effort working with USACE and the tribal work group to conduct cultural resources, prepare permits, and complete engineering designs for a new campground. That's the current project that was mentioned. It said that during this work, the tribal work group raised concerns regarding impacts the project may have on cultural resources. I'm just wondering if you could be more specific. What was the nature of those concerns?
So let me just take a brief moment to look at this.
Because I've heard about this, and I know that you have had concerns, and staff and Peter in particular shared that with us, but I've never known in more detail what those concerns were. Again, I don't necessarily need an answer today.
So the concerns originally expressed in our work with the tribal work group was that redeveloping camping at the site is not taking into consideration the significance as it relates to the TCP, as well as it brings more people and the management concerns regarding protecting cultural resources.
So just more people leads to more risk of damaged cultural resources.
And there's lots of archaeology on this.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, and the current use of the site is not something they are interested in continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have a couple more questions. questions? Next, Commissioner Perez, and then after that, Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Perez?
Thank you. Mine was more on the web-based visitor survey results. Is there a breakdown on that by demographic? I thought we had that in the past.
There is, this was originally part of the presentation, but to cut it down, we can provide that to you. There is.
Thank you. And the reason there wasn't survey data for Palouse Falls and Lions Ferry is that there's no overnight accommodation.
All right, next question, Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good work on this, by the way. I found it to be quite comprehensive. And I do support the idea of designating Palouse Falls as a heritage site. I think that is in fact a good idea. There were two things that caught my eye that are of concern. One is the natural area designation for Palouse Falls, which covers almost half the existing park. And it says there is no proposed public access to these areas unless special permit is issued. Well, the natural area's classification envisions, and I'm reading now from the table, provides opportunities for outdoor recreation, designated trails. These trails may be developed and used only to the extent that they do not significantly degrade the system of natural processes in a classified area. So I understand at Palouse Falls that there are social trails that need to be removed and there's restoration work that has to be removed, but I do not support the idea of a permanent exclusion zone for people up to half of the park area. That doesn't work for me. The public provides us with funding to provide public access land, and I'm not familiar with other lands we have where we have a prohibition against people entering it per se. The other thing I noticed was also in Lions Ferry in the heritage area, attempts would be made to keep people out of the heritage area, and just saying, what was the demand for access to public land? I think we would have a great deal of pushback from the visiting public, perhaps not the public that chose to engage in this camp process. But I think I would be happy if the language used in the camp described the moratorium against public access as being one required until the restoration work and social trails are done, social trail removal is done. But I don't want to set a precedence of designating half of one of our parks as an exclusion zone. And finally, I think when it comes to the issue of camping at Palouse Falls, I think we've heard enough to agree that what's there now wasn't working, and we need to find a home for it. I'm fine with closing down permanently that particular area for camping and converting it into a day use area, but I need to know that it's a zero-sum game and that we have provided for additional camping within the region in light of the fact that it is as remote as it is, and also because of the demand. So whether or not Lions Ferry's new campground qualifies as the replacement for that in the eyes of the public, I don't know, but we just need to know that there is accommodation made in this area where otherwise it's very difficult to find. Good work, and thank you for all the effort you put into this.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bowles?
Yeah, I'm interested in your responses to Commissioner Miller's comments because they were similar to what I was thinking about was, in addition to those questions about, seems like there's more in the area that could have public access. It's, what's the plan to, once we do open it, get rid of social trails as best we can, and we designate trails? how do we intend to manage that? Make sure that we don't end up with this instrument without just a huge amount of infrastructure, incidents, gates, and whatever. Because that seemed to be, I know the way we had to respond to the events a few years ago was, trying to keep people out of different areas. And we did that and did it the best we could in the short run. In the long run, do we have a plan? Do we have a way to do that? I guess is the question. And does that then fit into something, that what Commissioner Miller was asking about? We're going to close an area off because we can't really manage it in a way that's going to be appropriate for that designation, if we allow it. Does that make sense to me?
Yeah, and yes, and it did make sense. Thank you. And those are great questions. The intent would be that the safety fencing that is currently out there now does not remain. It's a blight on the landscape. The strategy would be to take a strategic approach on how we would implement this. And the first steps we would take is education and educating the public and signing accordingly. And then we would start to increase our enforcement efforts from that point on. But it would be definitely a strategic approach and probably something that we would be looking at, and you could probably speak to that adaptive management.
I would say that thank you for the questions and comments, and I just was thinking to that. First is this kind of visioning, being clear, setting the expectation that this is what this park is all about, whether we're talking about Moose Falls or Lions Ferry, but being upfront that this is the vision for the experience that we're expecting to have happen. So that's number one, that education and having developed interpretive facilities that help people understand. At Moose Falls in particular, the orientation center idea is, here's a place where you can drop in and understand what's going on and perhaps even see the views and may choose not to go down and also understand the dangers and the significance of the area. So that education is a really important piece of it. But then we've also been talking about, just like other recreation land managers who are facing huge increases in visitation, we've been talking about visitor use management and how trying to learn from some of our other partners and taking a strategic approach. And what that means to me is really looking at, just as we've done at Moose Falls, like over time, as we have more and more visitors, we've implemented and increasingly, in some cases, more management controls, more signage, might be kind of more gentler kinds of things. Over time, with an online registration system, we potentially would be able to communicate to people before they come to the park that this is what they might expect, or here's the busy times. We could collect customer data, and potentially in areas where we really have high use, not just Moose Falls, but could be in multiple parks within the state, we could have a reservation system, just like we do for camping, for day use. We've been exploring that with campus. They have a module to do a day use reservation system for parking and or trailhead use. So potentially folks could reserve in advance, and we'd understand demand. And if we reached a spot where we're always having an overflowing parking lot, perhaps it's reservation only, or a subset of those spaces are managed by reservation only, and it's first come, first served. That's just one example of signage, enforcement, and operations might have some really good additions to this in terms of how we manage the trails.
Staff, right? It's going to have to be the presence of staff, and that's going to be a significant investment. We've been all along on some of that with the temporary kinds of plans, but when it comes down to it, there's just going to have to be a presence there. Is really the only way we're going to truly be able to manage some of this activity. So we'll be planning for it.
I would think having a project that
by Commissioner Dannenberg and then followed by Commissioner Brown.
So, it's always tough because I don't think I've ever been there. It's always tough trying to make decisions when we have a property that we've seen. And I did have some similar questions, and just in the interest of time, I'm not sure if you're here or we really do have to go. Two of us do. I do think that we're going to need a lot more time to discuss this. This is pretty tight meeting today, so I think we're actually going to have to make a decision. We're going to need a lot more time. I don't want to do the question like, oh, we had it here a second time vote. I think that there's probably going to be a significant discussion there at some point before we make this decision. It does sound to me like, a lot of this activity is unsanctioned, basically, right? And so designating it as saying it's unsanctioned when it's not sanctioned now, unless, we're saying that somehow we're implying that this is allowed now, and it's like, so I did have this question about what's really changing. It's very similar about, is it going to be staffing, is it going to be fencing, because I think just designating it is not allowed, because it's not as if it's allowed now. I don't believe. I mean, people are making comments about the night sky. It's like, it's not open at night, it's a state park, right? And so it does strike me that, what the sort of, whether or not we're going to be able to support this and staff this, and again, what's, for removing fencing, what else is going up. I think I might, and again, I want to hear a little bit more, but not necessarily at this moment, about Commissioner Milner's concern about designating it as heritage or natural. Again, I don't think we have time to get into that. I don't think we need a lot of time for that debate or the meeting before we vote. Because I do like the idea of it, but I'm curious. I'd like to have more of a discussion on the topic. It does seem like there's some fairly serious safety issues, which again, so that might be why I would support more limited access. I don't think that we're not going to. It's a natural area that's unsafe because of the nature, because of the rock, or because of its then we're not going to. I wouldn't support making it safe by putting in unnatural features, right? So if it's naturally unsafe, then I think I would support not having public access to something that's naturally unsafe, right? Because we do want there to be safe public access. There is a question about you said something about is there a swimming pool or something like that?
The plunge pool at the base of the falls.
And that's where we're going to limit access. So that would be, we would not allow.
There is no proposed water access at Blues Falls.
Okay. And then we would just be taking, so right now it's sort of informally allowed?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would be more formally doing something to indicate that.
So I think a clarification, the land classification is really the first step in identifying how we want to classify these lands and identify the level of intensity of use of these lands. And so then the next step would be identifying the management prescriptions we would put into place to manage the land appropriate to the land classification that is approved.
And then I do have a question about the road. What is the responsibility? Or I guess this is the first I've heard of us having a long-term boundary that includes a road. I don't know exactly what that means, right? A long-term boundary is generally that we're trying to acquire that property. Does that mean that we're having an agreement? What's the cost? How does that work?
So long-term boundary, being included in the long-term boundary does not necessarily mean that State Parks is interested in acquiring lands. What we've identified is that it's land in which we would like to be coordinating with the land manager or a landowner, and it may be through management agreements, it could be through conservation easements, and it could be through donations or acquisitions of the land. And so at Blues Falls specifically, we're interested in just looking at opportunities to co-manage the road with the county as opposed to taking any kind of ownership over the road. And as well as I identified a pretty lengthy proposed long-term boundary, or long-term boundary at Blues Falls. We are not proposing to acquire all of that land. It would be working with adjacent land managers and landowners to determine how to best meet that goal for the visual protection of the the area. And so that would be more through, again, agreements or conservation easements.
And then for the road, that would be more like we're offering to help, I mean, if it's in bad condition, we're offering to maintain it.
That's correct. Yeah, that would be the intent, is that we would continue, we coordinate with the county right now, and so we're just formalizing that in our planning process, is that we've identified this is something that we're going to continue this relationship with the county, and we're going to co-manage the road. And at some point, we may decide, if they want to pave the road for us, and we may decide at that point, maybe we do want to take it over.
And then in terms of the day use reservations, I know that this isn't, and I don't think we should necessarily get into a discussion specific to this camp, because I know that this concept isn't specific to this property. It's something we've discussed at we've discussed it at Falls other places. But I'd be curious how we think that's going to work with the Discover Pass, because it sounds like we're going to run into some of the issues that maybe we do where essentially, like, when we have issues with camping, and then people just make reservations and don't show up. Like, I'm curious, like, how you manage if you are talking about there being an additional cost, or like, what's the incentive of saying, I'm just going to go in and use your parking every day, make sure if I ever want to go there, I can have it. So I'd be curious, just this concept in general. I don't know how that's. I don't actually know if that's like how we're envisioning that, because I do think, again, for something like this where it does appear as if, there's a lot of interest, it's really beautiful, there's sort of limited, if we want to limit what people can actually get in, that does sound like potentially a reasonable solution. But I'd be curious to know what that actually looks like.
Question by Commissioner Brown and then Commissioner Gross.
Actually, I'd like to ask Commissioner Milner a question. Commissioner, I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. Are you saying that you would be okay with not developing the campground at Lions Ferry if we found some way to mitigate that in the context of expanded camping opportunities elsewhere?
No, what I was saying was that the campground at Blues Falls isn't really working for anybody. And so I have no problem with converting that to day use, so long as there is an equal number or better of campsites provided in the region to compensate for the demand.
The reason I asked that, of course, is because the campground situation at Lions Ferry, from my perspective, is more complicated politically than perhaps many others, because reopening that park and entering into a lease agreement was effectively legislatively driven, not our initiative. Funding for the campground redevelopment was more legislative driven than it was our initiative. And I think there are some legislators that expect us to redevelop that campground. And of course, we have engaged a years-long process that's brought us to the point where we have submitted a proposal to the Corps, notwithstanding or hopefully mitigating or trying to address the concerns brought forward by the Native American Working Group. But I think that one, we're just waiting to hear back from the Corps, correct, in terms of whether they're going to give us the green light to proceed?
Yes, but that's going to be a bit more time to do that. To hear back from them.
Like weeks or months? Or
Months.
Yes. Well, they
I agree that no
engaged
matter
tribal
what we think
council.
about the Lions Ferry campground, we owe it. So I agree with you.
Yes, Commissioner Brown, to answer your question, the Army Corps has initiated the review, and they have informed me it could be up to 6 months, maybe more.
Long small.
Let's go back a little bit to my question on the demographics. And I haven't seen the data, so I wouldn't know, but just based on my observation, there's quite a bit of, in particular, Blues Falls use from different cultural backgrounds. And so that change, I'm curious as to the cultural humility applied to the change in the access to that spot. And so
Laura mentioned for Blue Fall, we don't have demographic data since this data, actually we probably have something like that. No, I don't think we do because this is just camping. So folks were making camping reservations, and I believe that Blue Fall, when camping was open, they weren't on the reservation system at that time. Doesn't mean we can't delve into some of our potentially other data, but we don't have them in the same form. The Canvas survey, basically, that is an ongoing survey.
Yeah, maybe it's just one a thought on our approach whenever we do change to some type of reservation system or day use only or increase enforcement, that there's this thoughtful approach of how to have our public understand the demographic piece, how that might shift in terms of steps. If you're from a different language background, and you're from a different language. So anyway, I'm just thinking about all that transition into this process. Very thoughtful of understanding the demographic piece of each site and those changes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask a question about the process that, because of something Commissioner Dannenberg said. So talk about next steps in terms of when do you expect to bring this to us? I know it'll go to the real estate committee before that. Commissioner Dannenberg, I think, suggested we might want to have a workshop before we actually have this as an action item. So what are you thinking in terms of process and timelines?
Yeah, I'd say that from judging from the conversation today, we're not ready to move to a decision in January. So I think probably a work session item leading up to the final recommendations makes a lot of sense. I just wanted to add, I appreciate the staff's sensitivity around all of this and perhaps maybe being a little bit more timid than I'll be right now. I think what we're saying, I think what, if I can sort of carry the message a little bit here, we're asking, this is probably the most aggressive steps that we've talked about in a CAMP project of limiting access. And typically, we're of the opinion that you layer on management only as needed to get a situation under control, make it safe, or protect the resource. I think what we're seeing with all of the graffiti that's there and the sort of people climbing all over the landscape, which we've now heard extensively from the tribes, is extraordinarily sensitive to them and the way it appears and whether or not people are paying proper homage to the site is very important to them. So we're suggesting that we start, instead of timidly layering on some management, start now at the point of saying, enough has happened here, we need to curtail some use, and then we'll continue to layer on management in order to gain compliance and achieve the goal that's been set forth in the vision statements that staff has laid out. So I think we're asking the Commission to help us set some limits and get tools necessary to get the site under control and manage it for appropriate, albeit perhaps less needs public use. So I think that's something I think that we may be dancing around here a little bit, but I think that's what staff is really thinking. We've already gone past the point of modest, nudging of people to do the right thing. We're saying that we've passed that point and we really need to apply some significant management activity to get things under control again. And that's been a conversation with Mike too, is that it takes staff. And so if we're going to try to achieve this goal, it's going to take some ability to manage it and get people on site and be able to do it. And so if there's ever a place to do it, this is it. That's all we do.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry to cut off. And also, if we have commissioners that haven't visited the sites, we should facilitate opportunities for them to do that. Because I totally agree. It's so much, it's just so helpful. We did this with Bingo most recently, and it really helps inform us to make good decisions. So I guess I'm just offering up or suggesting to the director that we should try to facilitate that and include it. There are those that are interested.
And perhaps adding the tribal component to that too. We've offered a number of times to have tribal members come out with us to the site to be able to explain just where do you start? So at what point do you want to begin in our layering on? We're suggesting a fairly advanced stage, but it's up to the commission about where we want to start, and there's certainly,
I was just saying, like, can you just do it without us? There you go, I guess you can. Well, then, what do you got? Forward, go for it. You don't need it, just get it. Okay, you do actually need us. Just look at where you can start.
Well, I just,
staffing, and I mean, this is a real question.
I don't know what time your hard stop is, but I just want to remind you we're about 35 minutes behind on schedule. So, Commissioner Brown, do you have a comment?
I'll just be quick. I mean, we've seen a number of us, probably all of us, have visited what we would consider to be cultural heritage sites, especially Southwest, that are heavily managed and controlled. And, I think it's worth considering the idea of a full stop on access while the site gets prepared to be able to accept some level of activity in a way in which the activity can respect the site. I mean, I'm thinking of Mesa Verde, I'm thinking of other cultural, very sensitive and historic sites that it works, but there's an intensity to it, and there's a purpose to it, and I think you can't get there unless you put up the gates, put up the fence at the gates and say no access for the next 2 years because we're going to develop how you can actually access this special place and understand it, enjoy it, and respect it. And you can't just do it by, you can only stay on this trail. I think you got to do more.
Commissioner Conlon?
Well, I think especially Hills Falls is such a special place, and having been there and observed what people do there, I mean, it is not only a damage to the landscape. I mean, you see where people are put their feet, you see people climbing and walking on paths that are just totally unsafe. I mean, it is not, and knowing that if you have to do a rescue from there, we were talking about almost an impossible situation. I mean, it's just, we need to, I think the idea of we need to regain control and we need to limit the use so that it's safe and protected and we're protecting people. I think it's really important.
All right, so I think with that, let's continue on in our agenda here. Melinda and Laura, thank you very much for your presentation. Excellent job.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so we've got just a couple items left here. And our next item is E5, financial update. And so I'll call on Kimberly Marshall.
Chart that you all have not seen yet unless you were in the Commission Budget Committee
what you're looking at right now, top chart stacks the $104.1 million that we have in our capital budget on top of the bottom chart, which is looking at the progress of the biennium. So we're 12.5% through the biennium at this point, through September, is where the data is coming from. And we have obligated 13% of the capital. Excuse me, I need to take one step back there because I forgot to mention the 15% reappropriation, which we discussed, I believe, Assistant Director Herzog brought up yesterday with the 15% reappro is a goal that's sort of sitting there for what we would want to have reappropriated for our capital budget as we turn to next biennium. We do think it's likely that our 15% reappropriation will be a bit higher than 15%, but this shows progress of spending up to that 15%. Of that, we are 13% through for funds that we've obligated for our capital budget through September, at 12.5% through the biennium, so making some good progress there. I do want to bring attention to the fact that in September, you all approved the supplemental requests that we submitted for the upcoming legislative session, and you delegated authority to the director to make any potential necessary changes to those submissions. We have had two changes that have occurred in our capital budget that I want to update you all on. The first one is our Crab Creek Trestle. It's an area that we have a current capital project on, and adjacent to that, we actually had a trestle burned out a few months back. And at the request of OFM, they asked that we submit a request for the full funds to cover design and construction of replacement of that trestle. And Interim Director Hawk approved that. So we've added a request for $2 million to rebuild that burned down structure. Additionally, we have added a request for some funds. This is really a technical correction. Our St. Ed's maintenance facility had some technical challenge in the budget where A&E was not included in the original budget request, so added funds to cover that appropriately and match that with the project to get completed within the budget. So we have those two additions. That's the only changes that have occurred since you all approved the capital budget back in September. Looking at our operating budget, this chart is one that you're fairly familiar with. We're looking at the first quarter of the fiscal year, which is July through September, and this shows you the trends of revenue looking over the last 3 years in that same first quarter. You can see, most notably, you can see in the first set of bars there that our Discover Pass sales, while they increased pretty dramatically by 43% last year over the prior year, that's come back down to earth a little bit. It dropped 18% from where we were last year. We were predicting that some of this would come back down to earth, and even still, if we compare the first quarter of this fiscal year to last year, we were 17% above revenue on Discover Pass sales. So it's still going very strong, and it has come back down to earth a little bit. Otherwise, camping is coming in very strong on revenue. Other overnight lodging and license renewal donations are all doing great. And our other revenue is staying fairly steady with where we were last year, which is due to retreat centers not being accessed at this time largely for that. Overall, when we so if we compare all of this revenue to fiscal year 22 years ago, we are up 11%. But if we're just looking compared to last year, because of that Discover Pass drop, we have dropped by 4% in total revenue for this first quarter. We did expect that drop, as I mentioned, and so this next chart is looking at our comparison of revenue to what we were anticipating for revenue or our projected revenue, which is what we use to build our budget to make sure that we're working within our means. So even within those drops, based on what we were projecting, we are still coming in over our anticipated revenue. We anticipated $25 million, and our quarter one actual was $26.3 million, so it added $1.3 million or a 5.5% increase over what we were anticipating for revenue in this time frame. well as the total volume of vehicles that are eligible for making that donation. So we are looking at calendar year through September in this chart. And as we compare over the last 2 years, we are seeing a higher volume of vehicles eligible as well as a higher percentage of participation. And this equates to an additional 94,000 vehicles for which we have received donations for the licensing tab rules. This is one I added in here just to take a look. I think it's interesting to peek in at the trend that we've seen for Discover Pass purchases since its inception. Certainly we've seen pretty consistent growth over the years, and then you can see the dramatic increase from 22 million to 29 million over the last 2 fiscal years, which ended in June. It's exciting to see the continual growth of Discover Pass sales, and I anticipate based on how quickly it grew last year and what we're seeing right now that we're going to be able to see our first dip in the other direction, but still going to be very strong in its trends over time from its inception. And this takes a look at similar data through fiscal quarter, just over the last 3 years. So again, a different view of being able to see those light green bars where it just shot up considerably, and we've only seen that come back down for the first quarter. That being said, April through June, it was still considerably higher than in the previous year. That was a portion of time where folks were closed a little bit, so understandably so. And we are paying close attention to the monthly reports. We are just getting the October data in, and we're looking at Discover Pass continuing on this trend at this point of still being back down to earth a little bit. So this chart is taking a look at our attendance comparison, our estimates. You can see a few little notes in there that I started to add that identify some of the things that were going on during the time frames, particularly triggered by the fact that in August we saw a dip in attendance and estimations compared to last year. And so taking a look at that and wondering, are we seeing a dip in people attending our parks, or was there something going on? And that was the month that we had more considerable fires and smoke, as well as some park closures during that month, which likely contributed to that. We saw it rebound in September to be just a hair above the previous year, so it does look like attendance continues to be pretty strong in our parks, and we don't yet have the October data available, unfortunately, but we'll be reporting on that soon. Taking a look at this in comparison to 2019 to 2021, we went from 32.4 million to 37.4 through September in the calendar year, which is an increase of 15%. I was listening to our friends from the Forest Service, they're quoting at 12.1%, I believe, is the number they put out there. So similarly saying a strong increase compared to a few years ago in park attendance. Moving on, I'm abruptly shifting here. As we discussed over the past couple of days, we did lose some staffing as a result of the governor's vaccine mandate. And it's going to take time for us to fill those vacancies, which will have an impact on our expenditures, which creates opportunity. Certainly we have a huge loss in capacity of that staffing. And with that being variance in our salaries and benefits, we've got a lot of opportunity from that. So taking a look at a few scenarios of how long it might take us to fill those vacancies. And these are scenarios attempting to predict the future, so taking a little bit of a grain of salt, but we're anticipating somewhere between $750,000 to around $1 million. I do anticipate that it will be on the higher side for variances that we see funds and see pre-opportunity decisions with as a result of those vacancies. Additionally, I will add we are 11.1% into spending our biennial budget for our operating budget through September, which is 12.5% of the biennium. That's we certainly don't spend in a flat way across the biennium. So again, take that with a grain of salt. But it does signify, as we anticipated, that our spending is a little bit slower, especially as we ramp up the budget that we got from the legislature and work on that
response to some of the concerns with the pandemic and everything else that's gotten through, we want to make sure that our staff are resourced and are getting professional development opportunities and uniform items and their office needs met. So we set some funds aside to support our staff. And then additionally, we've gotten an early start on some of our work requested in the supplemental budget. Some of the items we're feeling fairly confident about and feeling a strong need to get started on now. So we have approved getting started on the website rebuild, as well as bringing on the climate change coordinator with these variances that we've got. Moving forward, I anticipate we'll still continue to have more opportunity, but we definitely have more need. And these are some of the items, not necessarily that are guaranteed to have funding directed to them, but they're in discussion for the potential for funding needs. Potential future planning and development consultancy after we did our first one and got some good value out of that. Some placeholders for our DEI program budget and trails program, potentially park signage. We're hearing that come up in a number of conversations. Maintenance staff, temporary one-time vacancy savings or variances that we've got. Earlier we approved consultant for the director search, so that will shift over to the other page as an approved item as we have a firm idea of what that's going to cost. And then looking forward into potential funds necessary for our return to office strategies and how we might need to adapt our office spaces. So a lot of opportunity, but also a lot of needs that are going to be coming to reality pretty quick here. Taking a look at our PRSA balance, our Parks Renewal Stewardship Account balance into the future, I have two charts that I'm going to show you. This first chart is looking at our anticipated PRSA balance through the end of the biennium in a scenario where we don't get a single bit of funding from the supplemental. So not a realistic scenario, but gives you a picture of what that would look like. In that scenario, we would end the biennium at $19.7 million fund balance. And that is taking into account our revenue being on projection and our expenses being on plan. And we are seeing revenue coming strong right now, so it could even end up being a little higher than that in a scenario where we weren't using any of those supplemental funds that we approved, which would be the outcome. The second chart is looking at fully funded 2022 supplemental budget. Again, I don't anticipate we're going to get the entirety of our 2022 supplemental request as it relates to our PRSA account, because as you can see here, spending that down would bring us below $7 million into our fund balance by the end of the biennium. One thing that I do want to put a note here is these do not reflect the bargaining that occurred and the raises that are anticipated. That analysis is still underway, but we are anticipating a 3.25% raise for staff starting July 1st, 2022. That's what's proposed by the governor's office in their agreement, and will go to the legislature for approval. Additionally, there's a proposal for some lump sum payments to staff. It's kind of a unique scenario where any staff who make up to $99,000 a year would get a lump sum payment. The staff at the lower end of those annual salaries actually get higher payments, up to $3,400, and then up towards the $99,000 annual salary, you get them to $850 as a lump sum payment. So these are anticipated impacts to our PRSA account going forward that we're keeping an eye on right now. Speaking of the legislature, I do want to just note the legislative, going into the next legislative session, we had a meeting with the director of OFM just over a month ago, and he noted how strong the legislative budget and the state budget is looking right now as well. So while we have a strong fund balance, and that in times where money's a little tighter might look tempting, we're not feeling a strong sense of concern for that right now, because right now the most recent report had the state revenue projected or
Do we have the name of that guy in the boat yet?
Oh, yes, a few times in terms, Dr. Hawk, people have mused about whether the picture up on the screen right now is you.
Commissioner Perez?
Thank you, Kim. I just have a quick, brief question on the tab removals. Just a thought that occurred to me. I was wondering where that percent growth across the geographic area of Washington State, where you saw that increase. And I thought, well, that's Seattle, right? But then I'm thinking, no, maybe there's some other area geographically that might have had an increase. And I was just curious if there's value in looking at where we're seeing those trends across the state with the tab removals.
Certainly, thank you for that, Commissioner. I don't have that level of detail, but that is a great question, and I'm curious to look into that. I appreciate you bringing it up. I do wonder what kind of opportunity we might have to do a campaign to promote increased donations. If we look back to around the time that Discover Pass was created and began to show up as a potential purchase on our tab renewals, we have seen for a few years we saw a pretty significant decline. At one point it was around 35% participation, and then as people started buying Discover Passes, I think the way they use their money shifted a little bit. But I hypothesize that we have opportunity to try and promote that as something that our citizens might want to support, or that the offices that do tab renewals around the state might want to promote. So there's an opportunity there, and that's a great question. I will have to get back to you on that.
Assistant Treasurer.
Did you talk about Craft Creek?
I did. I told them all about it when we were out of
Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, do we know what the impact would be of those salary increases?
Absolutely, thank you. Right now, the preliminary numbers are looking like it could be as much as $3 million of IEM for the salary increase impacts. I forgot to mention that, but it's significant.
I assume a portion of that theoretically.
That is actually after considering the portion of general.
Okay.
So we're usually at a 25-75 split, 75% for RSA. But these are very preliminary analyses, and I've asked for some specifics from all of them, and they have to get back to me at this point. So I'll be able to give some more firm information in the coming months.
Any other questions for Gordon?
I'll just say thanks for the presentation. I think the graphs are illustrative and good information for us. So thanks.
Okay, looks like no further questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate it.
All right, so we are kind of nearing the end here. I guess the last item is just sort of follow-up items. And one thing that I had reach out to the rest of my fellow commissioners and set, but the only thing I had was we have a planning meeting that's coming up in December, and there's a draft. There's a copy of the draft, and we'll probably have a few more iterations of it. But one thing that's going to be important at this upcoming planning meeting is to talk about 2022 commission priorities. So I think we're going to want to probably send out a list after this meeting of the current 2021 commission priorities, as well as maybe a copy of our strategic plan, so that commissioners can sort of review our priorities for this year, and then also think about what priorities do we want for 2022. So I would just ask that all the commissioners review those materials and come prepared to discuss that at the December planning meeting. And Mark, do you have something you wanted to add?
Just to underscore that, so
let me or Ken or Diana, or excuse me, Sophia know about that as we get closer to those deadlines. As far as follow-up items, I thought there were 3 yesterday, but I can only remember 2. One was getting us some information on the history and the policy in terms of why and where we deploy commissioned law enforcement among our ranger ranks. And then the second was the possibility of a workshop where we could all have a conversation with the right people about this notion of telling the complete story in one place across time as it relates to the parks and sites that we own and manage. And I thought there was a third one, but I just couldn't think of it.
Well, I believe
There are 2 more.
there was a historic preservation priority, and then the Cascades funding priority, which I believe Peter's raising.
Thank you, Don.
Yes, yes.
So you got that?
I gave the information about the amount where we spent the money today. I thought,
Oh, I got that, okay. And then for the planning committee meeting, again, take a look at that agenda because you'll see that the proposal is that we come in on Monday night and we start first thing Tuesday morning. That is a little different than what we've done before. We started at 1 in the afternoon. No, we finished at 1. In any event, take a look at that so you know that there's 2 nights you'll be staying there. And we're scheduled to get over then by noon on Wednesday. And we're in Kalama.
Vicki, is there any intended social event associated with the planning meeting?
We will do a group dinner on Tuesday night.
Thank you.
I'll just pre-tell you that I won't be there for that, so don't.
I just wanted to say, since coming back, I looked at your priorities, which were my priorities, our agency priorities, and I would say don't be afraid to continue those. I think some of those are good priorities that need to continue, especially during this period of time. We didn't really get the full usage of our work time to do those things.
So, can I ask a question, Don? Actually, the chair and I were talking about this out at Beacon Rock, I think, on Tuesday, and we were going to ask you, Commissioner Milner, could you just sort of remind us historically of how we built towards the action item in January? So we send out the current ones to everyone, and we'll have a work session in December. Where do we get your input from the ELT to that?
So you'll see that we'll respond back to you of the status of what we've done to work toward here. But we can also give you suggestions of where we feel we would like to go. And that'll be during the planning meeting, and you'll see what their work plans are and so forth. The EOT has had some discussion on that, and we do feel pretty strong that some of the things that you have already should possibly continue.
And then Commissioner Milner, Commissioner Latimer told me that you then took the work session, the planning committee, the planning meeting documents and got additional documents or feedback from commissioners, and then you worked with the director and staff in bringing forward a final package for January, and you did that in your role as what, the outgoing chair?
I on both occasions as chair, I solicited priorities from the commissioners in advance of the December meeting and tabulated them and hand them out for everybody to look at so that it could be discussed. And then at that meeting, we had a conversation with staff to get their input, and then everything was tabulated and brought back for the meeting in January. So a little different. Mike, I think you want to get your information in advance of the planning meeting if possible, so you can have something that's compiled for everybody to look at.
Because the chair is under the impression that the incoming chair has this responsibility. I've told him that I'm sure he wants to do this on his way out the door.
I'm sure I think that up to you two.
We'll figure it out. We'll work it out. We'll arm wrestle.
What's up with fun?
And then, commissioners, and then when you, after the planning meeting, you tabulate, you'll then work with me, and last year it was the
the incoming chair and myself, I do the agenda item on your behalf and present it at the January meeting. And it was signed by myself and at the time, incoming chair Lambert.
No director performance agreement.
Right, it's separated. Normally we do it together, so.
Okay, great, thank you. Becky, did you have anything else you wanted to add to the logistics for the planning meeting?
I don't. I think I'll get to finalize the agenda with Director Hawk, Chair Lambert, Vice Chair Brown, and we'll get that out and post it on the website probably next week.
Okay, sounds good. All right, anything else for the good of the order? All right, so I think we can adjourn this meeting.
Great job.
I think we should just stay as chair for that.
No, I asked him what we needed to do in here. He said just leave everything as is.
Okay. Maybe put chairs back the way they were before, because they were kind of.
Yeah, probably, but I'm sure they'll clean it up anyway. So.
Hey,
what's up?
so usually you give us the flags for the recording.
Yeah.
Is there any way that you could put it straight on either like Teams or Share?
Maybe at
I can put it on the S drive, or how about the P drive?
P drive?
Would that work?
Yeah.
Although today's meeting was not recorded.